Can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular amongst birds singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good!
It's gone! He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with a throw to the pit.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina!
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. You can build your dream home in the Carolinas by heading to the barndoco.com. They are one of the nation's best builders. If you head to the barndoco.com, you'll find out why. They can do it all. Literally anything. TheBarndoCo.com, Gamecock owned and operated. In the locker room of the Cleveland Indians is the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan. And it's me, B. We're here until noon, and then you got JC and Phil coming along as well. We've got John Strickland today. We get to talk ball with John coming up in the second hour. Yeah, man, fired up for that. We've got to drive around the SEC. We got some baseball. We got some softball. We're just a couple of days away from the NFL draft. And most importantly, we have beautiful weather. And that is what I'm excited about. Mike, I have a question for you on, what are we, about 58 hours away, right, from the start of the NFL draft, 8 o'clock Thursday night. Isn't that right?
That's right. You are correct, sir.
Okay. Trivia for you. Trivia. Name the last NFL draft that not one Gamecock was selected. Yeah, I just hit you right out of the gate here. Just
right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I'm not scared. Come with it off the top rope to get the show started. I would guess
not as far back as you would think, believe it or not.
Well, like the Holtz era, I'm gonna start modern day, and you just said not as far back as you think.
You're
Holtz era,
man.
many recruits from Brad Scott, who will forever be a pinata in Gamecock Nation, but Brad did leave some really talented players, particularly on that Outback Bowl defenses that got drafted all over the place. We had one of them on our show, Sheldon Brown, Kalimba Edwards, and Willie Alford, and you can go on and on and on. Abraham, first rounder. So then obviously it dried up a little bit between Lou and Steve. So my first instinct would be to go toward the end of Lou and beginning of Steve in that 04-05 era.
Okay. What would your second instinct be?
In other words, you're flat out wrong, Mike. How about another instinct that might be a little more accurate? Are you saying it's more recent than that?
Much more.
Yeah, much more. Oh, wow. Well, okay. Recently, I mean, you've had...
Use the logic you just used.
Okay, between Spurrier and Beamer, right?
Getting closer.
Yeah. So, I mean, the recruiting, as we all know, dipped toward the end of Steve and ended in a season that was so devoid of talent that Steve said, you know what? Well, I think I'm just going to stop coaching. And he did so in the middle of the year.
We'll let Sean take this from here.
What, who?
Sean, Coach Elliott.
Oh, okay. I would say somewhere in there then, somewhere in the end of Steve, beginning of Shane. So first, what was the last year of, I would say the last year of Steve had nobody. 2017
didn't have one draft pick. 2016, Coach
Muschamp. Would have been what? That would have been Will. I think I just intentionally blocked the Will era out.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, so you had three that went in 2016. You had Farrow, Brandon Shell, and Jarrell Adams. And then you had just one draft pick in 2018. It was the first round. It was Hayden Hurst. You did not have.
He's not. Is he still in the league?
I don't think so.
I'll look it up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I was just saying you didn't have anybody in 2017, which I was a little surprised by because you have to go to the 2016 roster to find out basically who was eligible for 2017, spring of 2017 draft. And, if you remember the 2016 season, Coach Muschamp's first year, it really wasn't a bad year for a, kind of a rebound season off of the 3-9 year in 2015, but it was not a very talented team either. And especially with a lot of the older, Debo was a redshirt sophomore and stuff like that, but you start looking at the juniors and the redshirt juniors, Mike, and the senior. There's a couple in, like Chris Lamont's played in the NFL, but he didn't go in the draft. Bryson Allen Williams was a junior that year, but he didn't. Remember, he came back. And I mean, I'll rattle off some names that were solid players, but none of them were guys that were obviously drafted. DJ Smith was a good corner or a good safety, I guess. Taylor Stallworth, Dante Sawyer, they were solid up front, but they weren't major draft guys. Uric Jones had a chance, and it really never worked out. Corey Helms up front. But here's the big one, though. The one big name that everybody remembers from those couple of years was Sky Moore. But he was just he wasn't your prototypical NFL linebacker. He didn't go in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I don't anticipate another year without a draft pick for a while.
No.
I don't anticipate it because the way Shane is recruiting, and they're going to get other kids in the portal. It's a 7-round draft. You're an SEC team, competitive SEC team. I don't anticipate that happen. That would be kind of an outlier if it did, and then like the following year there'd be several. So yeah, that's a good question, and that's a rarity. But then again, and I'll go over this in the Love Chevy Drive Around the SEC. I've found another list that has 16, literally one half of the players in the first round being from the SEC. And you start the amount of players picked is somewhere around 250. Just about every SEC team is going to have a guy. Yeah. Even the bad ones are going to have a guy. You should have multiple guys. So yeah, I think, look, and if you look at Carolina over the years, it's always like this, like you got Xavier Legette, first rounder, but then you have some major weakness. There's always like a guy that pops. Carolina's produced a lot of pros, and really for a program that hasn't been playing in like college football playoffs and SEC championship games, look at the amount of first round picks.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, if you really wanted to have fun, most first round picks per victory in the SEC, Carolina might be up there pretty high. Because Georgia and Alabama, we know they got a ton of them, but they also, they're winning on 10, 11, 12 games a year, right? And then most recently, Tennessee's had some high picks, and well, they're winning 10 games a year. And but Carolina's had a number of defensive backs, wide receivers. Pretty soon, you're going to have a safety this year, I believe, and Eamon Worry is going to be a first-round pick. Eventually, I believe Carolina will get some first-round defensive linemen, which I think is imperative if you're really going to be great in the SEC. You got to be you can't just be good on the D-line. You got to be great. And then I talked about that stat, the lack of an offensive lineman selected in the first couple rounds and forever, Carolina. That obviously has to improve. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ernest Dye, 93 to the Cardinals is what you were saying yesterday.
Right.
So they've got – so if Eamon Worry goes, it'll be their 17th all-time first-round draft pick, and it'd be their 11th since 2000.
Right. That's the key one.
That's the big one. Obviously, that was kind of the there's two eras in my mind of Carolina football. There's 2000 and beyond, and then there's everything else.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you really want to do, it was, you had 1984 was the only season.
84, which will forever be known as what could have been had it not been for Navy.
Yep.
right?
And a lot of the old time fans will clearly argue 87. That was a really good team, but it just didn't have
Talent wise, it was a great team.
Yeah.
I mean, that offense, you've got who many people consider the number one quarterback coming out of high school that year. And he was surrounded by NFL wide receivers and running backs all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ridiculous amount of talent.
Yep.
What happened to that team? You know, you can speak on that, but yeah, in terms of just pure talent, that 87 team had a lot of juice. It really did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the 88 draft shows it. Sterling, Brad Edwards, Roy Hart, Norman Floyd, Brendan McCormick, and Ryan Buffet, who went in the draft that year as well. I've got another quick stat for you. I know you got a bunch of stuff in the driver on the SEC. This won't ruin any of that.
No, I like it. Keep it going.
The projections that we've been reading a little bit of, and I'm a believer that this will happen. E-Man Worry, I'm drawing all kinds of blanks here, but Kyle Kennard. I think Kyle Kennard will go in the top 3 rounds. Demetrius Knight will go in the top 3 rounds. And TJ Sanders, I think, will go in the top 3 rounds. So if that happens, you'll have 4 guys in the top 3 rounds of the NFL draft. That hasn't happened at South Carolina since the point you made at the very beginning of this, the trivia question, 2002. And that was, you had a pair of second rounders. Sheldon went and Kalimba Edwards. And then you had a pair of third rounders, Andre Goodman and Willie Alford.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Stamper went that year too. He went to the Bucks in the 6th round.
Stamper, who played a little baseball on the side.
He did. A very large baseball player. He was
very large. Fun to watch him take BP. Curveball, not so much, but yeah,
he can hit it a country mile.
Yes, but yeah,
so
I mean, that defense was loaded.
Oh, loaded,
and a lot of players that weren't drafted high that were just good college ball players.
Yeah,
you know, that were fun to watch. So they got them. They had them.
Well, here's the thing, and I didn't stop there, Mike. No, I've been a busy bee this morning.
Okay, what did it look like in 72?
So that's where I'm going.
Oh, you are going there. Okay, great.
Well, because the number
was up late last night.
No, I got up early this morning. So you said yesterday, which was a startling statistic, that Auburn has not had a wideout go. You said a first rounder, right?
First round wideout. Yeah.
First round wide receiver since 1972, correct?
Yes, I believe that was Terry Beasley.
Okay. And of course, the Gamecocks had one go last year. His name is Xavier Leggett, as we know. But since want to give some credit here. Like the secondary always gets the credit. It's, fans in this part of the country will often say DBU for South Carolina. We hear DBU for everything. Miami and LSU and
yeah, South Carolina's not the only one to claim that. It's very true.
There's a lot of them out there, and
a lot of DBUs.
We can all coincide in the same universe. It's fine. I don't really care, to be honest with you. But
they don't give out trophies for whoever gets the most internet votes for DBU.
No. But since 1972, the Gamecocks have had 20 wide receivers go in the NFL draft. That is a lot.
That is a lot, yeah.
That is a lot. And obviously they've had a bunch of first rounders as well. I mean, some people forget that Troy went. Everybody always wants to stop at like Alshon. And I'm like, well, actually, before Alshon, there were some pretty good players.
Troy was top 10.
Yeah,
he was first round, top 10 of the Vikings.
And where a lot of people get that confused is Alshon actually went in the 2nd round.
Yeah,
he didn't go in the 1st round
because he didn't run a good 40. That's the only knock on Alshon.
Yep, they did have 2 first rounders that year, Stephon and Melvin Ingram, but Alshon
they turned out all right.
They started it worked out. I mean, it was fine. Everybody's good. Everybody's living the dream.
Stephon Gilmore will be getting PBUs when he's 47. I'm convinced of it. He's going to play in like the UFL, and he's going to lead the league in PBUs and have 3 interceptions and work on special teams.
All right. So do you think that Stephon Gilmore, he's had an outstanding NFL career.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a player who will be considered for the NFL Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
can say that objectively. He
Okay.
will be on a list.
Okay.
Whether or not he gets in, that's where it gets really hard because DBs don't have stats like wideouts and running back quarterbacks. I mean, yes, he'll finish with a lot of interceptions. The all-time leader in interceptions, Paul Krause, who was part of the Purple People Eaters, and Bud Grant and the Vikings. It took him forever to get in. He recently got in, and
Mhm.
he had the most interceptions of anybody all time. Why it took that long, I have no idea. So, Stephon is almost played in the wilderness in that he's not his own hype machine like a Dion. He didn't get they didn't name an island after him like Revis. Rod Woodson, in addition to being I could make an argument Rod Woodson's the best cornerback I ever saw play, not Dion. Because Rod Woodson would tackle, and Rod
Mhm.
Woodson was a phenomenal football player. But everybody knew about Rod Woodson. So a lot of people like Stephon Gilmore would just kind of sneak up on him. They'd have to do a deep dive to really appreciate how good his career has been. But yeah, I think he absolutely gets on the ballot.
Yeah. 32 career picks, his best years, New England, and his final year in Buffalo, where he had 5 picks and 42 tackles that year. He's pulled his numbers here. And then that second to last year in New England, he had 6 interceptions that year. He also defended 20 passes, which is pretty incredible, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Now here's the number you need to look when you're reading that page that you're reading. How many times first team All Pro, not Pro Bowl.
Right.
Pro Bowl is when 7 other guys decide they don't want to go to Hawaii to play a ridiculous game. Then the 8th guy says, "Well, I'll do it. I got nothing going on." How many times was he first team All Pro? Because that's what they're going to look at.
Yeah, he's a 2-time first team All Pro guy.
Okay,
And he's a 5-time Pro Bowler. He's an NFL Defensive Player of the Year. He's a Super Bowl champion.
okay.
And of course, he led the league in interceptions in 2019. So yeah, I mean he's.
I could make a strong case for him if I was Peter King and the guys that do that for a living. And it's a very close knit group, and they take it very seriously, and they don't just allow people in because they were really good. They're like, no, you got to be elite.
Yeah.
But I think he'd be in the conversation.
Do you think, but just because you said that, it just poses a question in my mind. Is the NFL Hall of Fame the most difficult Hall of Fame to get into? And does that make it the most prestigious pro sports Hall of Fame?
It used to be MLB was, but that has changed.
Yeah.
The moment you start letting guys like Harold Baines in, that has definitely changed. I think you can make the argument the NFL is, the NBA is not. Yeah, I think you could make the argument that, and even they have loosened it up a little. That they have had guys that I just mentioned Paul Krause. Guys that like sat there and probably thought they were going to die before they ever got in. Then all of a sudden the NFL like knocked on the door and said, "Yep, 30 years later we decided you're worthy." So I think they are making it slightly easier than they were before.
Yeah, it's a conversation that we honestly
The Sterling Sharpe, the Sterling. Let's keep it Carolina related. The Sterling Sharpe situation. Again, the old NFL Hall of Fame would have been a stickler and said he didn't play long enough, so he didn't have enough numbers, and so we can't let him in. Even though when he played, if you followed the NFL at that time, he was routinely one of the top wide receivers in the sport. It was him, it was Jerry Rice, and it was Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
And Sterling was always in that group. Now, Jerry was the best. I don't know if anyone's ever going to match his productivity. And Michael has the rings, 3 of them, in fact. But Sterling was nasty in the NFL. And it's a shame. I mean, if he didn't have the injury, if he had 5 more years, Sterling would have a lot of numbers that would have made that a no-brainer. But they did. So basically, you had to give him the Gale Sayers. I'm going old school now. The Gale Sayers treatment. Gale didn't play very long because he tore up his knees. But during that 7-8 year span, Gale Sayers was clearly one of the most explosive, electric guys with the football in his hands to ever play the sport. And so they made a quick call to get him in. For Sterling Sharpe, they didn't do that because Sterling got a little overshadowed, again, by Rice and Irvin.
which is crazy. By the best to ever do it in Jerry Rice.
The best, yes.
And Michael Irvin is probably top, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10. I mean, that's an arguable point. Clearly,
it's always an arguable point. But if you watched the NFL again in the 90s, Michael Irvin was a badass. Yeah, Michael Irvin was a problem.
Yeah.
He was big. He was physical. He was fast enough. He was not afraid to go over the middle, which a lot of receivers are. No, he was really good. So Sterling got overshadowed by those guys, but Sterling was an elite player, there's no doubt.
Oh, he was just the best. I'm not so sure that I wouldn't take Michael Irvin longest yard version over Michael Irvin Dallas Cowboy version.
I never saw the remake.
Really? It was really good.
It's not a fiver or a dimer for me. Now the original with Burt Reynolds, I put in the fiver category.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see the slap what version of the movie that Sandler. I haven't watched an Adam Sandler movie in a while.
Are you hinting at the fact that you're not going to watch Happy Gilmore 2? Come on.
No, I'll have to watch that because I saw the first one so many times on about 1,100 bus rides with Gamecock baseball players.
Right.
What are we going to watch, Gladiator or Happy Gilmore? Let's watch both. We're going to Starkville. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll get through both by the time we get to Atlanta. And then guess what?
Until we get to Atlanta. Then what? Well, somebody brought Bring It On. No, not Bring. All right, well, Bring It On.
That was Trey Dyson.
Probably, or the equipment guy thinking, I know it'll be funny. Take a team trying to stay in the top 10 and let's put a cheerleader movie on. See what the reaction is.
That's right.
Spirit hands. Maybe spirit hands.
We got to go to break, Mike. Can you slip us into one, please?
I can do it. The only person that can maneuver better in that situation would be the one and only Troy Branham. There's a lot of talk about the Fed now. They're going to fire the Fed chairman guy. I'm not smart enough to figure all this out. I do know this. Inflation is way down. Price of gas is way down. I got a tank in Columbia the other day. It was like $2.70 a gallon. Mm-hmm. You realize, like, it wasn't that long ago we were paying over $4. So those things are down. Price of eggs are down. So it would stand to figure interest rates would go down. But I don't know how that dude up there in D.C., I don't know what he's doing. But I do know mortgage rates are crawling down. And the hope is they'll continue to crawl down even further. The guy that does have the answers, much smarter than me, probably smarter than me and you combined, Jamie. That's Troy Branham. He sits there. His whole life is hitting golf balls and getting people the lowest mortgage rate, whether it's a refi, construction loan, jumbo loan. 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. He's located off of Millwood Avenue in Columbia, but really, it just takes a simple phone call. Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage.
It is 10:28. We will step aside. There is plenty more to come. Football, baseball, basketball. It's all here. It's all here, and so are the Golden Tones. We'll be right back. Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Welcome back. It's 10:30 inside the Gamecocks, the morning show by Palm Casual. Jewel.com. Palm Casual can get your outdoor space upgraded in a hurry. Man, we are just always thrilled to partner with them and can't thank them enough for giving me some peace on my back porch. The Palm Casual back porch here at our home. PalmCasual.com, 4 locations in South Carolina and now 1 in North Carolina in Wilmington. Well, if any of you were hoping that Pat McAfee would maybe fill the space of Lee Corso, he got choked out last night in the WWE Monday Night Raw, so that's out the door. So I don't know. Mike, you haven't been on, or well, you have been on, but I haven't asked you about that. Just quickly here. I do have Carolina stuff to get to.
Got a wrestling question for me? I got
no. I save those for Stu on Fridays.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to come
Jimmy
up with
Superfly Snuka. Is that the answer?
Stu the Hitman Lake.
Stu the Hitman Lake. The Iron Lake.
Yeah, we got to come up with something for him. That'll be it. There you go. That's something for our audience to do between now and Friday. Somebody come up, and if you can't do it right now, that's fine, but you can pull up the Chief Sports app and click the connect button, send it to me. We've got to come up with a wrestling name for Coach Lake. That's got to be his new nickname moving forward on Fridays.
I like that.
Somebody out there, come up with something good, and if you win, we'll send you a prize. I don't know what the prize is. We'll send you a prize.
We'll give you a gift card to a 5 Points bar that's no longer in existence.
That's right. You can go to Sharpe.
About 100 of them. Go to group therapy.
Mike, Lake Luger. Oh God, Lake Luger. Yeah, like the brother of Lex Luger. Okay, yeah. Under consideration. I am such a fan of the entertainment side of college football. We all are. If you've been watching college football like me since you've been born, Lee Corso has been a part of it. I don't care what anybody says, well, it was time for him to go. Whatever. The guy had a stroke. College Game Day, and most importantly, Kirk Herbstreit on the air carried him along. They obviously minimized his role over the years. Mike, you know how hard it is to get up there and do the things that these guys do and entertain everybody. I think they've brought a lot of the football stuff back into it, but they've also done a nice job with the entertainment side. When you add Nick Saban, you're going to add football, and they did that. But August 30th being his final day, I'll be curious whether that's in Columbus or whether that's in Tallahassee. But we'll see. But I think that even those that are maybe criticized from time to time because of his inability to communicate like he used to do because of the stroke, I still think that's a huge void in college football, and I don't think they're going to ever replace him. Now, what are they going to do zazz it up when he's out of there. I'm not sure, but I was just curious as a broadcaster, somebody who follows it as closely as you do, what you thought about Lee Corso's impact on college football is, and after he's gone, what it'll look like.
Well, I think it's in good hands with Nick Saban. They had to get a coach. Now, Nick might not be the entertainment part of it as much as Lee was. Lee was very entertaining and brought a lot of fun to it. Nick is more of, I'm going to tell you how it is, and I'm going to give you insight that your average former player just doesn't have. And I think that's invaluable. And I really hope they can keep Nick. And what that's going to come down to is just how long does Nick want to do it, because he doesn't need the money. But yeah, Corso was clearly a big part of that. That show itself, which the first host was actually Tim Brando, before it became Fowler, before it became Reese. I remember when that show launched, and it was just a couple guys in the studio. I think it was a 30-minute show back in the day. Now it's 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And ESPN had to do something to cover college football, so they put it together. Remember Beano Cook? Beano was a part of that show. And what changed the whole thing was when they did the first show on campus with the Florida State Notre Dame game. And that, which, by the way, speaking of Lou Holtz, that was the game changer. Once they kind of stumbled into that and realized what a different show it is. The star of that show, in a lot of ways, is the college campuses.
Yes.
That's the star. Like if you put all those guys in a very controlled studio environment, it's just not as good a show.
Right.
But when you put it on campus and all the screaming college kids with signs and the passion and the pageantry that we love so much about college football, that's a big part of it. So I think the show is still going to. I hear some people say it's not as good as it used to be. I don't know. I mean, I watch it every day, usually from a hotel somewhere, but I still enjoy the show. Fox has got their version. God bless them. They've got Urban and Reggie Bush and whoever else doing it. They clearly tried to get Reese Davis. They offered him a pile of money and tried to steal him from ESPN, and it didn't work. But no, Lee is, I've only met him a couple of times, but I put Lee in the same category with a guy that I've actually worked with and know fairly well, and that's Dick Vitale. And those two guys, thankfully, are kind of leaving on their own terms. So I'm happy for that. And I know Lee will find joy in life in other ways. I think he lives in Orlando.
He does.
He'll find joy in life in other ways, but his mark on the coverage of the sport, it's incredible. And it goes to show you too, you don't have to be like nobody ever confused Lee Corso as a Hall of Fame coach. He bounced around from Navy, Indiana, a couple other places. He wasn't a great coach, but he certainly understood the game and brought it to everybody in a really entertaining manner. So yeah, without question, he'll be missed.
I think so too, man. I hope he sometimes when folks who have done something forever, it's like my uncle, he didn't want to retire because he's like, this is all I know. Like, I feel like I'll be dead if I retire. And, so I'm not necessarily saying that for Lee Corso, but I know sometimes when you remove what they do, things can slip in a little bit. I hope not for him. He's been pretty important on all of our lives for a long time, but I was just curious to see what you thought about that because we hadn't really talked about it.
Yeah.
And again, College Game Day is not going to just slide somebody into his chair and say, all right, put this mascot head on every week. Like, you can't.
I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah,
No.
I think they've pretty much said we're not going to do the mascot thing anymore.
Yeah, you can't do that.
McAfee's got the field goal thing, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
With the student being selected to hit like a 27-yarder for
That's
for
the
some
worst
cold hard
kick I've
catch.
ever seen.
Yeah, no, it's great,
I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, between McAfee and Saban are basically there to fill the void that they anticipated with Lee.
Yes.
And then Reese is one of the best point men in the business. Always has been.
He's phenomenal.
And Kirk is Kirk. So, and then Desmond does what Desmond does. So, yeah, they've got a good thing going.
We, by the way, we do have a submission here. The Underlaker.
I like that. I like Stuart No Wake Lake.
No Wake
from Elder Llama. No Wake Lake.
So we've got Lake Phil. Keep track of these if you don't mind. Lake Luger, the Underlaker, and Stuart No Wake Lake.
I kind of like No Wake Lake.
He's clearly not watching right now because I would have received a text. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he's getting money out of a donor somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Last night, the Gamecocks shut out the Wildcats 7-0 and mic'd up Monday on the SEC network in softball. And they are now number 4 in the RPI. They are 10-8 overall in the league, 35-11 on the season. That was their 20th quad 1 victory of the season. I said 20th of 35 wins this year. It's the second most in college softball, behind Texas A&M, who's got 21. Just unbelievable for Ashley Chastain's team. Year 1, she's got 20 quad 1 victories, and they will turn their attention next to the weekend, I guess they got Winthrop tomorrow, and then they'll hit the road for Auburn this weekend, and then Furman, and then they host Alabama, and then the regular season is over. They are, by the way, today, this isn't a major projection, but it is one of them that does college softball. collegesportsmadness.com has them as an 11 seed right now. And this is kind of what I mentioned yesterday with John. They got A&M as the 1 seed, which is in the SEC. They got Florida State as a 2 seed, which I figured they'd be up there. Oklahoma as a 3 seed, SEC. Texas as a 4 seed, SEC. They got UCLA as a 5. And then you got Florida as a 6, again, SEC. Oregon is a 7. I don't know about that. And Tennessee is an 8. So the Gamecocks, to get into a top 8, are literally competing with teams in their own league. And, so we'll see what happens down
to the SEC tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And that's that's just kind of where it is. That's the thing, and we've seen this in baseball for years on end. And Mike, as you well know, it's all South Carolina, Texas A&M, LSU, whatever, whoever, every year there's an effort made in baseball. And of course, in softball, we're just kind of entering this conversation really for the first time at the University of South Carolina. But in baseball, we've long dealt with this. How many are you going to give this league? I remember when just the top 8, Mike, and then they ended up seeding them 1 through 16. How long ago did they make that change? 7 or 8 years, maybe, somewhere in there?
Oh, I think it might be closer to 5, but I'm not positive.
Okay, it might be. Yeah, maybe not that long. But they started going to the 16 seeds, and you oftentimes were fighting with with the teams in your league. There have been, you could probably remember this better than I can, but I can't remember sometimes specific years, but there have been years in baseball that I know for a fact, teams that got regionals, and you're like, come on, like they didn't deserve one, but they got one because it's, everything was all shoved in one corner of the nation, but we got to put one somewhere in the Midwest. We got to put one somewhere in the Northwest. Let's just give it to Oregon. And they got booted. So they say they try to not do that anymore, but I don't really know how you can. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Last year, SEC softball, I don't know who's missing, who doesn't have a program off the top of my head, but 13 out of 13 teams made the tournament.
Yeah, all 13 made it.
Yeah.
Is it Vanderbilt?
I think it is Vandy.
I don't think
Vandy has softball. I don't even know where they would fit a field. They're so landlocked.
Yeah, it is Vanderbilt.
Seriously. Yeah, Vanderbilt.
I don't know. The baseball field stuck to the football field, so
pretty much. There's no extra room or anything. But yeah, 13 for 13. So I don't know. Now you got Texas, Oklahoma. I'm assuming they're both in there. So could it be 15 for 15?
I think Auburn's got some work to do. I mean, they're Auburn's RPI. Just looking at it briefly here. I mean, they're last in the SEC. I mean, their RPI is really good because it's the league they play in. It's 20th, but they're just 4-17 in the league. I don't.
Okay, so
and they got South Carolina coming up, and they got South Carolina.
Hang in there,
up.
Auburn. There's always next year.
Yeah, they were in the top 10 like in March, Mike. They ran into league play.
Yeah. Also in the drive, I'll have the top 5 SEC men's basketball portal classes. It will sound familiar.
Okay.
It will sound familiar. Of course, from a Carolina standpoint, everybody trying to figure out. I'm sure everybody raced to YouTube yesterday to see what Mongolian Mike looks like, and you know, I did too. I confess. Look,
you're talking about him or his dad?
No, him.
Okay,
I don't care about his dad.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you meant like after we mentioned the Globetrotters.
Oh, the Harlem Globetrotters. No. I just looked at the young man at Utah, and look, it's a solid pickup. You just hope that everybody just kind of fits, and it's going to have to be like it was 2 years ago. The sum is greater than the parts. They will not have the woeful guard play that they had a year ago, and they will not have 2 big men who on paper should have been really good last year, but were massive disappointments. Now, one of them is playing at Arkansas, one of them is playing at Memphis this coming year. So obviously they have some talent, but for whatever reason, they didn't look great last year. I thought they both regressed.
I saw the Pringle at Arkansas news, and I don't want to say that it surprised me, but I mean, I guess it probably maybe fits him a little bit better than what Lamont's staff is trying to do here. But he caught me off guard, I'll tell you that. And it didn't catch me off guard at all when I saw Zach Davis land at Memphis with Penny. That actually kind of made some sense to me, to be honest.
Zach Davis, when he's motivated, looks the part, can play the part. He did 2 years ago. He was a big factor in why Carolina had success. And then last year, for whatever reason, it went south.
Yeah.
Offensively, defensively, focus. Just plays were like, I'm throwing the ball to you, Jamie. Here's my chest pass, and you just look away and drop it.
Yeah.
It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. And Pringle just never – Pringle got in Nate Oates' doghouse even during their Final Four run, goes to Carolina, home state, and I thought he did not improve the way anybody thought he was going to.
We couldn't catch the basketball.
That's another one. I catch the ball, like just simple fundamentals.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'd say half the time he got the ball in the paint, it was stripped from him somehow. It never made sense to me.
No, missed a lot of key free throws. I mean, we can go on and on. I'm not going to pile on the kid, but it just wasn't. It wasn't a good year for either one of those guys, and they both got paid handsomely, and they both regressed. And so, move on. And now you've got a backcourt with Michi. I can't wait to see the Ellis kid. I would have loved to see Eagle staff. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That's a major loss.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy Carolina simply hasn't had. Just an absolute bucket getter. But you're still, I think, I'm fairly certain that they are going to be much improved from last year. And they're not done. They're not done. But I just looking at the roster, and I know it's hard for people to think, well, wait a minute, we're losing a first-round pick in Murray Boyles. I know, but at the end of the day, you can only do so much if you don't have good guard play and you've got this guy who wants the ball 15 feet in. Everybody knew how to defend South Carolina because you weren't afraid of anybody other than Murray Boyles. So he's constantly facing collapsing defenses and double teams and whatnot. So even when Murray Boyles put up numbers, it usually wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a team that's got some good guard play, and I can't imagine it would be worse than what it was last year.
Well, on the guard play, so I spoke to a source at the spring game on Friday in Columbia who mentioned to me, yeah, I think literally this is how it went. Yeah, I think they're going to have Michi play a lot of point. And I said, really? I'm not sure. And then I saw Whittle's report last night, and they're planning they're comfortable with him there. I don't know if he'll be the full-time guy or not, but they're comfortable with him playing the point. I think Sharpe Jumps will play some point too. That's Mongolian Mike for all of you wondering. So I'll be interested to see how that. You mentioned the guard play. I thought I understood it, Mike, as they wanted to go out and get a true point guard, much like Talon a couple of years ago. And maybe they have. We haven't seen it, so I maybe they have. I mean, I'm not just based on what they've done in the portal under the impression that they have. But again, I don't really know what I'm talking about, so I'll reserve judgment until we see it. But when I heard that and I saw last night, Whittle put out a report about it, and according to his sources, they're very comfortable with Michi. I let him do it from time to time at South Carolina when Talon wasn't on the floor, and I would say it was okay. It was better than average. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on that, but
I'm not either. Don't get me wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Can he play some point? Yes. Do I think that's where he needs to be? No. And I think they know it. I think he's a 2. That's why he excelled 2 years ago at Carolina, where he excelled no other year. Because anytime he did play the point, he did not excel. But when you paired him with Talon Cooper, he excelled.
Yeah.
So can he play point? Yes. Do I think that's ideal? No.
No. Well, he wants to shoot, and
they don't want him to shoot.
They do, and they don't want a point guard that's in Michi Johnson that's just running down the floor, just looking to give the ball away. Like, they want him to be able to fire it up. But if he's doing that every time he runs down the floor, nobody else is going to get it either. So
yeah. And you can't have turnovers, and you can't have a guy that doesn't have the feel for the offense and what plays to make. And again, Talon was a coach on the floor. That's not Michi's strength.
Right. All right, we're getting close to a timeout here. Reminder tonight, 6:30 is the first pitch at Founders Park. Jackson Susie will be on the mound. The junior lefty for the Gamecocks is 3-0 with a 3.98 earned run average, 25 K, 20 1/3 innings pitched, and 10 walks go with that line. They will face off against the mighty Ospreys of North Florida. Tommy Groom, the senior righty, will get the ball for them. He's thrown a whopping 3 2/3 innings pitched this year, Mike, with a 4.91 ERA. So they're throwing the old midweek trickeration out at South Carolina. It sounds to me like that's what you call a bullpen game from North Florida.
I know we have limited time, but if you could just break down the infield defense for the Ospreys and just kind of let the folks out there listening what they can expect.
I cannot do that, unfortunately.
We don't have time. We got to get up against the break. I understand that. We'll just mull it over during the top of the hour and see if we can pass that information along. I can pass something along to you. Best clothier in South Carolina, it's Brent Skinner.
Mm-hmm.
Best suited, best suits, custom shirts. Was in there the other day. Couple of Gamecock baseball players were getting their stuff there. They know the deal. Football players, basketball players, coaches, businessmen, and just people that want to look good. They know the deal. Now, much like Palm Casual, you pay for quality. I'm not telling you this is the cheapest suit in South Carolina, the cheapest clothing in South Carolina. I'm just telling you it's the best. And it's not just suits. They have casual wear as well. They have shoes. They have belts. They have, you name it. They've got it. And if it's something else you want, Brent can get it for you. But Brent's been running that shop now for quite some time, and it's quickly developed not just a local reputation, regional reputation, but a national reputation. Brent is just the top of the charts when it comes to quality. And that's all that they do at BP Skinner, and also a big supporter of Gamecock Athletics, I might add. Brent Skinner, you can stop by the store in the Vista, go to bpskinnerclothiers.com. And very often, if you want to go ahead and really improve your wardrobe, you don't have to go to the store. He'll come to you. You can select fabric and everything else right there in front of him. And before you know, it's at your door, ready to be worn. Brent Skinner, BP Skinner Clothiers.
If you saw Mike on TV this past week, you'll see quickly what he can do for you. Might need to get Coach Tanner in there.
We do. Ray is,
looking
Ray's
a little rough.
He's still kind of going off the rack. I was like, Coach, like you can't look like this on national TV, man. You got to step up your game. This is, he's still a coach. He still wants to wear like a uniform, and you got to. You got to tighten it up a little bit. We'll get him there.
He was pretty good with that headset on, though. We'll give him some credit.
He was terrific. He was, and thank you again. A lot of our listeners reached out other ways than just chat row, because again, 90-something% of the people can't hear our show live, but said incredible things about our 3 broadcasts over the weekend. So I truly thank you for that, and I know Ray does as well.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. Real quick here, too, tonight, it is a really fun Tuesday night in college baseball. Top 10 matchup in the upstate. Georgia is in town taking on Clemson. Georgia Tech is at Auburn this evening. Ole Miss and Mississippi State play in Pearl, Mississippi. They do this every year at Trustmark Park. You got Louisville and Kentucky playing in Lexington tonight as well. So a bunch of good baseball. Coastal is in Charleston tonight to take on Chad Holbrook and the Cougars. Fun Tuesday night if you're going to be watching the SEC Network Plus.
Did they nickname the Coastal Charleston game the "You Stole Our Bid to the NCAA Tournament Last Year" game of the week?
No, but the Cougs did take it out on them earlier this season.
Is your AD going to be the head of the committee this year and strip our bid away game of the week?
Somebody needs to get Donati quickly into the room with the rest of the committee. Let's see what he can pull off.
Wow.
He'd be a hero around here if he can get him in. All right, Mike, when we return, he'll crank it up and ride us around and drive around the SEC next on The Morning Show.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my dirt.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2, diving right in, or shall I say driving right into the Love Chevy drive around the SEC. Love Chevy in Harbison with their fearless leader, Ben Hoover. Saw Ben the other day. He's been there over 30 years. It's that type of continuity that has helped them make them the number 1 Love dealership in the state of South Carolina for just as long as that, if not even beyond. Of course, always home with a $1,000 low price guarantee. Check out lovechevy.com. or head over to the showroom. Say hello to Ben Hoover and the terrific staff at Love Chevy. Jamie, permission to do a lot of football here in the drive.
I mean, there's always room for football.
I mean a lot. I mean, this is 90-10 football with a little bit of basketball sprinkled in.
Have at it. I'm in.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. Okay, let's start off. I'm so glad Lane Kiffin's in the SEC. I mean, from the entertainment standpoint, Lane just brings it. So we all know Carson Beck last year, for whatever reason, was it the Lambeau? Was it the Cavender twins? He went from a guy that really was a productive, quality SEC quarterback to a guy that was throwing soul-crushing, head-scratching interceptions on the regular. So what does he do? He goes to Miami. What was the price tag on that? Well, Lane Kiffin did not know, apparently. I'm not sure how Lane missed this, but Lane was on a show, and I want to get this right. I'm not too familiar. Sharpe Football. So, Phil, if you can play, this is they address with Lane on Sharpe Football analysis. They start talking about what he's now getting, what Carson Beck is now getting at Miami.
It's crazy, Coach, that you bring up the NFL structure with college now because they're in the contract. They're making money. They're making millions of dollars. I think down in Miami, what's Carson Beck?
4.3.
4.3
the evaluation.
Million. I think my biggest year was 6. He's a college kid. So, like, you bring up the comparison of what they're doing. They're really getting NFL money.
Miami gave him $4.3 million? That's what the evaluation says. Hey, do they watch this game against us? You don't have to be great. So, Lane,
I was trying not to go. You set me up. It's crazy, Coach, that you bring up the NFL
I mean,
structure with college
he's
now
got a.
they're in the contract.
All right, we can turn off Mr. Brooks or Sharpe. He's got so much Spurrier in him. That's exactly something that Steve would have said. And yeah, I mean, I was actually at that game. If you watched Beck against Ole Miss, he was awful, and they wound up getting beat pretty badly. And of course, it was a signature win for Ole Miss, and it was a crippling loss for Georgia. And I don't think Beck ever recovered, quite frankly. He never could come back to that form. So we'll see what he does. There's also a video circulating. We're not going to play this, but like the Cavender twins talking about why one of them dumped him and that he just wasn't a very good boyfriend, Jamie.
Wait.
So Carson's getting ripped left and right here.
So him and the Cavender girl, they're split?
They're done. She was telling Trump's granddaughter at like some club or something in Miami. I don't know where they were. But the video is circulated, and she's like, well, like, he just wasn't, like, normal. Like, he was not social enough, and, like, I had to break up with him. Yeah.
Well, I could see that. She's pretty social.
Yes.
And he doesn't strike me as the dude that... He didn't strike me as the dude that I'd choose to be, social with, I guess.
He doesn't seem like a good hang, right?
I know. He seems kind of boring, to be honest with you.
Yeah. He doesn't seem like a good hang. Now, really, nobody at Miami cares about that. What they care about is he's really good at putting the ball in between the numbers for various wide receivers wearing a Hurricane jersey. But he's a little different. There's no question about that.
I know Brad, our buddy. I know Brad Crawford is really sold on him in Coral Gables. I'm not. I'm just not sold on this
I'm not
guy,
either.
Man. Yeah.
I'm not either. I don't know. Like I get it. The pressure cooker of Athens compared to playing in front of 17,000 fans at Hard Rock Stadium that made the 45-minute commute from campus to see him play.
That's a good point.
It's not the same,
No.
And in that time of year, if you turn on sports talk radio in Atlanta, which is also a pretty busy city, there's a lot of Georgia Bulldog talk, I can tell you. In Miami, it's Dolphins, 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 Dolphins. It's all about the U-Dog. Dolphins, 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 Dolphins. That's pretty much how it goes. That's how they roll there. in Sports Talk Miami. So, I mean, it's a safer if you're going to underachieve, it's a safer place to be. That's the best thing I can say for Carson. Look, I'm not rooting against the kid. I think it'd be a great story if he bounced back and a change of scenery is what he needed. But I don't have a ton of confidence. I'm not as confident as Brad on that one. So we'll see.
No, I'm not either. And I'm not trying to derail your drive here. I don't.
No, go ahead. We got
the
time, Jamie. It's not exactly the busiest day on the sports calendar. You squeeze in whatever insights you have here.
Yeah, it's not much of an insight. I don't want the truck to run out of gas while we're on the I-20 drive here. But number one, it sounds to me like he was more of a side piece than a boyfriend to the Cavender girl. You're transferring to Miami? Yeah, I don't think this is going to work anymore. That's number one. And number two, I don't like. I just pulled up Miami's schedule, and I thought about this not long ago, but it was just not the right place and time for us to talk about it. What was going on in Gamecock land? They open Notre Dame, obviously. They've got Florida. They go to Tallahassee, who I think that'll be an improved football team this year. I believe that. I don't know what things will look like at SMU. I don't know that Virginia Tech is very good, but who knows? Anyway, so what I'm saying here is Miami went 6-2 in the league last year and 10-3 overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Miami is trying to find the secret sauce that gets them to an ACC title, which they haven't won, which is crazy, and into the national championship picture. And if Cam Ward wasn't that guy, I mean, I'm not exactly familiar with everything else that surrounds Carson Beck down there, but like it always seems to fall on the shoulders of the quarterback at Miami. And if Cam Ward wasn't him, I just don't see how Carson Beck is going to be something that's going to carry them over the top rope if Cam Ward couldn't do it. I don't know.
Well, Cam Ward should have done it, and Miami should have done it. All they had to do is win at Syracuse, and they're in the playoff. They choked. They choked like dogs. They had a big lead at Syracuse, a good, not great team, with a playoff bid on the line, and they choked it away.
Yeah.
Now, Cam Ward is going
42 points in that game. Cam didn't give up 42 points. I'll give him credit on that. But
oh yeah, no, I'm not saying Cam choked. I'm saying Miami choked. Miami didn't have a good defense all year long. I mean,
they give up 42 in the bowl game too.
Something like that. They were bad defensively all year long. Now, Cam Ward is going to be the number one pick tomorrow with the Tennessee Titans. You can almost guarantee that. He's going to be number one for a reason. He was easily the most accurate. And I don't look at I can make a college quarterback look accurate on paper if I just make easy throws and say, look, he's 65%. He's really accurate. That's not accuracy. Cam Ward was making NFL throws downfield. Mm-hmm. Cam Ward was throwing the ball in tight windows. Cam Ward was making reads. That's what an NFL quarterback, that's what a number one draft pick looks like at the quarterback level.
Right.
So Carson Beck at his best, and I've seen it at Georgia, it's not going to be what Cam Ward was last year at Miami, to your point. I think they're going to have to win in spite of the fact they're going to take a little bit of a step back with Carson Beck. Can Carson Beck play like he did 2 years? Carson Beck was outstanding 2 years ago, but he also had Brock Bowers, right? He also had like good wide receivers. So they lose Respro at Miami. I don't know what they have exactly at the wide receiving position. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, by the way, the Cavender girl also said Carson was not very faithful. So, which I found shocking because usually the starting quarterback of an SEC team, usually you can count on them being very faithful. But in this case, he strayed a little bit.
Well, look, man, here's the deal. You get a few $1 million, you get a Lambo, you get South Beach. It's easy to kind of ease on down the road from maybe who you once were, I guess, if you're a 21-year-old like him. I don't know if he's a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the ACC.
Well, who do you have number one?
Well, I'm with everybody else. I mean, I don't know that he's the number one in the country, but I think Cade Klubnik is the best quarterback. Now, does he end up playing like that? Same thing with Carson Beck. I think they both have questions. But I think I like Klubnik. I like the kid at SMU, the Jennings kid. And I'll tell you who I really like. I love Haynes King. How do you not like Haynes King at Georgia Tech? I just
agree on all counts. So yeah, I wouldn't argue with that statement whatsoever. Okay, so Nico. Everybody knows Nico's going to UCLA. He actually took a pay cut. Plus, it's the most heavily taxed state in America, so he's going to lose a lot of money on the deal.
Yeah, no income tax in Tennessee either, right? I don't think they have state income tax.
Correct. So, and then California taxes at an alarming rate. So that's going to be a major financial. The people at Tennessee, a lot of the people that covered that team said it was less about the money and more about the fact Nico wanted to play in a more wide open offense. And last year, Tennessee was conservative. Well, there's a reason, because you were inaccurate, dude. Like when it was Hendon Hooker, they threw the ball a lot because Hendon Hooker was a surgeon. You were not. You missed wide open receivers, and so they played to their strength. They had a dog at running back, and they had a great defense, and that's how Tennessee won games. So, nevertheless, where does Tennessee turn from here, Jamie? Well, does the name Joey Aguilar mean anything?
Absolutely. Superstar at App State. Wait a second. He might have transferred from App State.
He is now, and based on the depth chart, I mean, what they have are two freshmen. It almost amounts to a trade, yeah. So Aguilar comes to Tennessee. He's going to make reportedly about $1.2 million. So they're saving some money on the deal.
That's good.
What do we know about Aguilar? He began his career at the JUCO level. Diablo Valley College. They're the Vikings. Can you get us some swag from Diablo Valley College? Did they have that at Gamecock Traditions, like in the sale rack?
Now, where is that located?
It's in California, near San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah. So what did he do there? He threw for 2,900. He ran for 619 in 2 years there. Then he goes to, as you mentioned, App State, and he did quite well in Boone. He threw for 6,700 yards, making him one of 3 quarterbacks in program history to do that. He ran a good deal. He completed 64% of his passes. He had a 33-10 touchdown to interception ratio last year while leading the Mountaineers to a 9-win season. He's going to get 1.2. They're hoping he's going to be the guy, because if he's not, Tennessee's looking at 2 freshmen that are right now sitting behind him, George McIntyre and Jake Merklinger. I'm sure JC can break those guys down a lot better than we can, but my guess is if they're bringing Aguilar in on a 7-figure salary, they're expecting him to take the job. That'd be my guess.
All right.
By the way, say what you want about Nico, but if you go to Vegas, all of a sudden the odds for Tennessee to either win the SEC or go to the playoff have significantly diminished. This was Urban Meyer's point on an interview, that no matter what you think about the whole Nico situation, you are going to downgrade a bit at quarterback. I don't know if that's the case. I really don't. Aguilar might be better. We'll see.
I mean, I think it's the system, even though
Right.
Iamaleava doesn't, but
the system's been awfully good for Tennessee quarterbacks. Now, I do think, like everything else in the SEC, those coordinators are really good at breaking down tape. And I do think that a bunch of wide receivers running wide open like they did the first couple of years, that's starting to close a little. And I just wonder if maybe, just maybe, Tennessee takes a little bit of a step back in the magic of Josh Heupel. If that takes a little bit of a step back.
Okay. Hey,
we shall see.
Iamaleava being at UCLA, they hired the OC is the guy from Indiana. What's his name? Sunseri. Gino Sunseri? Is that right? Tico?
I'm not positive on that.
It's the guy who was in Indiana. I remember when they made the hire in December. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious about the whole, we're going to go somewhere with a better system, it's a better fit. We want to do this, want to do that. How that compare if he ran it, because he ran Indiana's offense last year.
Right.
Indiana's offense, Tennessee's offense.
Right.
Deep dive one day.
We'll do that. All right. Speaking of a deep dive, I mentioned some of this yesterday. This is courtesy of Connor O'Gara of Saturday Down South. The things that won't be showing up on SEC graphics during the draft, the non-impressive numbers. Alabama, 0 wide receivers drafted from 2016 to 24 to make a Pro Bowl. Think about some of these names: Calvin Ridley, Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Jamison Williams, John Mechie, Jermaine Burton. Like, they're all in the league, so they're all good. I just mentioned like 7 first-round picks. But for what it's worth, none of them have been like, we're not talking Julio Jones here. Arkansas
got in some trouble. I don't think.
Well, yeah,
Jerry Jeudy's in the league anymore. So Jerry Jeudy?
No, you're thinking of Henry Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Jerry did not get in that kind of trouble. Arkansas, 1 running back selected in the first 4 rounds since the historic Darren McFadden Felix Jones draft of 2008. That was a pretty damn good backfield. I think they had Peyton Hillis one year.
Yeah, I could do without those memories for sure.
Yeah. Well, don't feel bad. They ran on just about everybody. I mentioned Auburn's wide receiver drought since 72, first rounder. Florida riding the worst 3-year stretch of NFL draft picks since 1994. Georgia, last quarterback selected before day 3 was Matthew Stafford in 2009. Kentucky, 0 offensive players selected in the first round in the 21st century. So we all remember Tim Couch went number 1 overall in 99. But offensive guys from Kentucky don't go in the first round. Not in this century, Jamie Bradford.
Wait. They haven't had a... Say that again. Let me make sure that... Say that again.
Since 2000,
yeah,
Kentucky has not had an offensive player selected in the first round.
So
what is that, 15 years? No, that's 25 years. I tell no lies. They haven't had an offensive player selected in the first round since the last one was Tim Couch in 99, the number 1 overall pick.
Well, now wait a second here. Why? Whatever happened to this big blue wall stuff we hear about every year?
They've been good, but they've all been selected like 3rd round, 4th round. And remember, Will Levis fell all the way to the 2nd round.
I remember
when
that.
People thought he could be first round.
Boy, that was tough to watch. They didn't take the camera off of him for like 3 hours.
No, they didn't. And we might have another situation like that with an SEC quarterback at this year's draft. That's a tease within a tease. LSU, 0 New Year's 6 bowl appearances in the 2020s, even though it ranked 4th with 29 players drafted from 21 to 24. Let me repeat that. So from the last 3 years, the last 4 drafts, LSU trails only Georgia, Bama, and Michigan in players drafted, and yet they're the ones that haven't been to a playoff. That's not good. Only team in that group that failed to reach the playoffs in the 2020s, because if you go past them, Penn State, Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, Oregon, and Clemson, they've all made the playoffs. But LSU's had a ton of talent, but they're not showing it in the postseason. They're not getting in the postseason. Mississippi State, in the post-Mullen era, only 3 offensive players were picked before round 7. Missouri, the Tigers' last offensive player selected in the top 100 was Drew Lock in 2019. Ole Miss, the best NFL quarterback that Lane Kiffin produced as a head coach was Matt Barkley in 2013. He was a 4th rounder. Jonathan Straight out of Crompton went in the 5th. Matt Corral went in the 3rd. But neither one of those guys panned out.
That was a dime.
Tennessee, the most productive NFL season from a Heupel-era skill player was 2023 Jalen Hyatt. Texas, 0 quarterbacks selected in the first 2 rounds since Vince Young in 2006. A&M, 1 first-round pick since Myles Garrett, and Vanderbilt Clark Lee is yet to produce an NFL draft pick. Wow.
No.
It's true.
Really?
No, not a one. Not a one. Maybe there's somebody on this roster that's going to be like a 5th rounder. So you mentioned how awkward it was, how painful it was to see Will Levis just sit there in the draft room. Well, when you make the decision to go there, you risk the fact that the cameras are going to show you every time you're not picked. This is going to happen for Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe is going. Now, Jalen Milroe is the wild card of this draft because you will get some people to say he could actually sneak in the end of the first round. That's what his camp is betting on. Other people will tell you he ain't going in the first 2 rounds minimum. He didn't have a great year throwing the football last year. However, according to the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, multiple NFL decision makers have said Milroe is the best ball carrier from the QB position they've ever evaluated. This includes Lamar Jackson and others. Quote, several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls that Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they've ever evaluated at quarterback, not Lamar Jackson. Jalen Milroe is the best they've ever seen. He ran a sub 4.40 at the Combine or Pro Day, one or the other, both. He ran for 726 and 20 touchdowns, but again, that's not everybody knows he can run. He's a ridiculous, freaky runner. He had games. I mean, there was nobody better in the game against Georgia. At that point, if you had a Heisman ballot and you were forced to vote, he would have won the award. And he had a great game against LSU. The problem is he had a lot of duds too when it came right down to it. Finally, a little basketball. Top 5 portals from SEC programs. Number 1 should come as no surprise, Kentucky. Kentucky is back. They get Jaden Quintance from Arizona State. They just poached Florida's Denzel Aberdeen from a national championship team. Supposedly Aberdeen got offered 7 figures. He still left. Number 2, Bruce Pearl. He did SEC on SEC crime, getting Keyshawn Murphy from Mississippi State. Also got Keyshawn Hall from UCF. Number 3, Alabama. Noah Williamson from Bucknell, Bowen from FSU. Number 4, LSU. And what it says under LSU and South Carolina were the SEC teams in most desperate need of roster rebuilds. The Tigers got maybe the best of them all in UNLV point guard Deaton Thomas, who averaged 15.5 points per game. And number 5, Tennessee. Tennessee got Jacoby Gillespie in the portal, the former Maryland guard. So kind of the usual suspects there in a lot of ways. And that concludes the award-winning Love Chevy Drive Around the SEC. Maestro, take us out, please.
Brought to you by Love Chevy. Act now for spectacular savings on the best selection of new Chevys. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right. That was a good report there.
That's a lot of football in there.
Very detailed. A lot of surprising stuff.
I just like I like when I can get a out of Jamie Bradford.
Yeah,
that means I've done my job.
Taking notes here. Going to repeat all this later on this week as my own. All right.
You can have AI just take it digitally. You know that now. If you do a Zoom call, AI can actually come up with your own notes on the call.
Yeah. The world we live in. Tell you what. Don't download that Chat GPT. They'll be watching you. All right. It's 11:28. We need to step aside. Big John is waiting patiently. I do want to let everybody know that if you're in need of new koozies, if you go to the Gamecock Traditions website, I was looking this morning. These are the coolest koozies ever. They have a golf course on them with Cocky swinging a golf club. I ordered 4 of them this morning because I get koozies and I lose them like yesterday. So go get your new koozies today at Gamecock Traditions and buy something else while you're there, because there's always a good time to buy Gamecock gear at Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. They'll send it to your door. John Strickland, Big John, our bouncer, joins us next on The Morning Show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up the screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
This is Corso from Gamecocks Football, and you listen to the show.
It is 11:30. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. I do. Before we get John in here, I need to share something. This was sent to me last night. I meant to do it last night and I didn't, but I just retweeted it. If anybody follows me on Twitter, there's a guy. Some of you may know this name, Mike. I know you'll know this name certainly. Many of you may not, but his name's Tim Wallace. He's been the longtime head coach at Spartanburg Methodist, and that's who I originally committed to out of high school. And at that point in time, SMC was the best junior college in the country, where they sent a boatload of South Carolina baseball players over the years. Coach Wallace, I lived with Jacob at South Carolina for a little while as well. His son, and Mike, you remember Jacob Wallace, who was a catcher, and Coach is really battling. He has been diagnosed with brain cancer, and it's not good. And so I have retweeted this, and if any of you follow me on Twitter and you don't mind maybe retweeting it, if you have some cash, $10, $20, whatever it is that you can donate to his family as they try to battle through this and save his life, it would be greatly appreciated. Coach Wallace has impacted every corner of the state in the sport of baseball. He's developed all kinds of guys. Like I said, many of them went on to play at South Carolina and other places, but he's done a lot for a lot of people. And it would be really, it'd be awesome if any of you have anything that you could do. I was just looking a little while ago, some names that are familiar to a lot of people. Garris Gauntz and David Marchbanks and Tim Seaton and others have contributed to this. If anybody remembers those names from South Carolina, but we'll be thinking big time about Coach Wallace as he goes through this battle. And we got a big voice here, so we want to make sure that we share that. And if you don't mind, please retweet it. Monty retweeted it. I've
I saw
retweeted
that,
a bunch
yeah.
bunch of people have. Coach Wallace is very tough, but he is a good guy, and so we'll be thinking about him, no doubt.
Well said.
John, it is good to see you, man. It is well, it's time for fall, John. The spring games, based on what I saw this weekend, I think I've got the depth chart down. So let's talk about it. Third string, O-line. All right, left to right. Here we go. I'm just kidding. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Had a good long Easter weekend. I had Good Friday off, so enjoyed Mike and Coach Tanner on the calls this weekend.
Oh, thanks, man.
So, yeah, watched the game here with a few pours of bourbon on Thursday night.
Yeah.
And then, Friday, watched the game at the condo and then walked into the stadium for the spring game. And then Saturday, laid at the pool and watched the game on Saturday, which the game on Saturday wasn't a fun one. But all in all, though, winning a series versus a very good Ole Miss team was made it a fun weekend. And then, spring game was fun. We stayed not quite the whole thing. We actually came back over to the condo, and Brewer's condo is right beside mine. So we all sat out here and watched the fireworks from the backyard of the condo.
That was the one good thing that they did well, as far as
I agree. I'll tell you what, they underestimated Gamecock Nation because me and Brewer, we got there right when it was getting ready to start, and there was nowhere to sit. They had everywhere else closed. They weren't letting anybody go to the upper deck or the other side, and so they need to do a little bit better job on that side as far as the whoever was in charge of that part. They underestimated Gamecock Nation having that many people show up on a Friday night. I can tell you that.
I addressed some of that yesterday, John, and the lack of stuff pregame in Gamecock Park. It was pretty poor, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my daughter there, which is why you didn't see me. She was kind of just wanting to chill, and we just sat there with Blake and Casey Cooper and their kids, and I was just shocked that they had nothing in Gamecock Park. I mean, last year you had the Lindsay's. They were out there with their barbecue bus, and you had the baseball game on and jump castles. There was nothing there. I thought it was pretty embarrassing, to be quite frank.
Yeah, I was a little shocked by some of that stuff, and I was shocked they just didn't open the whole lower bowl like we've done in years past. And
I know.
I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, there was so many people at the start of spring games still in the aisles of the West Lower that couldn't find a seat anywhere.
Yeah, just standing there, and then they're told to go to the South and told to go to the upper, and I'm like, well, okay, now.
Well, they didn't open the upper until halfway through the first quarter, and all these people were trying to get up there, and the security guards were saying no, and I don't know, they way underprepared. So, not a great job, but all in all, it was a great weekend.
Yeah, it was. Look, I Mike's already heard this spiel. I don't. There's nothing that I take away from the game at all.
I'll get into that. But yeah,
there's nothing. I mean, I pick. I look at guys like individually, like how developed are, especially some of the young guys. How developed are they? What speed are they kind of running at out there? Are they deer in the headlights and stuff like that? And there's a few things here and there. Obviously, I thought Cutter Woods kind of looks the part for being a true freshman quarterback, and love the wide receivers and things like that. But John, that's you've played in many of these. Unlike our friend Steven Garcia, you were always eligible to play in them. But it's a little bit of a different era from back then. Back then, y'all were going to go out there and bang heads under Coach Holtz and figure some things out. And this is a recruiting tool weekend, in my opinion, for Shane Beamer and his coaching staff.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even back when I played, the guys you knew were going to start, we did get a little more reps, but we didn't get a ton of the reps. It's a good thing to get a lot of young people in here, and I think I said it on here last week. You're not going to get much from the spring game, but the one thing that I was looking forward to is to see what some of these young wide receivers would do, and to me, that group of all those freshman wide receivers is what stood out the most at the spring game. That was my big takeaway from it. So, and that's obviously a position where we've needed some depth here over the past year or so. So a lot of these guys, those high 4-star rankings they have, they definitely look the part.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Since the spring game, I'm sure everybody's already heard about it, but in case they missed it, Cam Pringle has entered the transfer portal, and I expect to hear a couple of guys go into the portal as well. I think they're at 83 scholarships right now, so they'll hit the portal for a couple of guys to replace them. As an offensive lineman, it's very hard. We haven't seen a lot of Cam Pringle. He's a big-time prospect from down here.
Yeah, but he's only been here 1 year.
He's been here for 1 year.
Well, he's a true freshman still right now in this spring. So that's when I was shocked, because I just talked to Cam 2 weeks ago when I was out of practice. Had a good conversation with him. And a little shocked about that. I don't know if somebody got in his ear or whatever. Somebody said, you're not playing. You're on the, second, third team depth chart. Maybe you should go somewhere else. Listen, offensive lineman, man, Josiah Thompson, the Travell Whartons, there's few and far between that you're starting as a freshman. It's few and far between. Listen, I redshirted. I was a backup my redshirt sophomore, my redshirt freshman and redshirt sophomore year. I played a lot, but I wasn't starting. But you just wait your time, and then I was the starter my junior and senior year. That's kind of how it works for offensive linemen most of the time. So I'm a little shocked that after literally one season of being a true freshman straight out of high school, you want to transfer. So I don't know. Very, very, very strange situation, in my opinion. Which, Cam is an awesome person, super nice guy. I don't think it was a good decision for him, but to each of their own. And like I always say, the grass is not always greener. Most of the time it's not.
Well, as you know, this is everywhere in college football. These guys, I'll be interested to see where he lands. I'm sure everybody's going to want him. He's enormous.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Teams are going to want him, but, sometimes it just takes other guys longer to develop. Trust me, if he was a stud and ready to play, he'd probably be the starting right tackle right now. But unfortunately, the coaches know. You're either there or you're not. I know, as a player, especially a young guy, you get this thing in your head thinking, oh man, I'm better than this and whatever. And sometimes you just got to trust in the process and roll with it. And unfortunately, in today's age, we're seeing a lot of that happen. We're seeing guys transfer and we don't hear from them again, or maybe you hear from them in 2 or 3 years. So I don't know. At the offensive line position, it's it's the hardest position to come in and play, especially in the SEC. So I don't know.
Strick, do you think there's a chance? Because we don't know. Where he goes, he might be a backup there too. But do you think there's a chance?
He probably will be.
Right. So, like a lot of these cases, it's less about being unhappy where you are and more about somebody offered me an extra $50,000, whatever. Is it just a money deal?
For him, I doubt it's a money deal. I think either him or somebody close to him thinks he's ready to play, and unfortunately,
in the SEC.
And unfortunately, he's not gonna start at tackle over the other guys we have. He's just not. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. All right, I've been out to practice. He's just not quite ready. And you know what? It's not going to happen, so we're just wasting time on it. But him another year in the program to develop and get stronger probably would have done him some good. But I guess he's going to go do that elsewhere, because unless he goes somewhere where they just are decimated with offensive linemen, I don't foresee him going somewhere and starting this next year.
As aside from the player, when talking about the actual football team here at South Carolina, it's never a good. I'm not saying it's a good thing that you're losing an incredibly talented kid like he was. He was a huge piece of that class just a couple of classes ago, figuratively and literally. But does that tell you anything? I think you just alluded to it a little bit. What does it tell you about the group that they have here, though?
I think the group is very solid. You know, you got a lot of good young players with a few veteran guys sprinkled in there. I think you know, I don't want to speak too soon because I haven't seen the full offensive starting line that I think we'll see come the first game. Haven't seen them all play together. You know, when I was out at practice the other week, you know, all of them weren't out there together. So, but I think it's got a chance to be a really good group. A lot of talented guys on there. So I'm excited for them.
I had a chance to see them up close and personal the other day. I'm going to be honest with you. Again, this is the eye test. We got a long ways to go. They got to go out there and play as a unit, right, John? But when it comes to the eyeball test, they got a group that looks like they belong in the SEC. And
yeah.
I do think there's something to that at that position specifically, at least.
Well, in the spring game, you didn't see our two projected starting tackles playing in the game. You saw mix match guys all over the place because it was a draft style. So that's why I always say you can't take too much from the spring game. But do they look the part? Yes, they look the part. I mean, I was standing on the field, had a quick 2-minute talk with the whole offensive line after practice. So just giving them my experiences and stuff that I've been through because I've been in their shoes. But yeah, it's a good looking group of dudes.
That's it. Playoffs, South Carolina. Put this into my bracket here.
11-1 SEC champions. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Title game versus Texas. Got it. Sellers. I mentioned to Mike yesterday, I think that this is important, John, you know, on the topic of Cutter Woods. I mean, he has gotten a lot of run this spring. And, it, you know, generally when y'all correct me if I'm wrong here, but generally when you hear, I'm going to say the word sources, but it goes beyond it. People you trust in general who do get their eyeballs on things at different times. So, you know, if Mike goes out and sees it and John goes out and sees it and I go out and see it and 2 or 3 other people go out and see it at different times and you kind of all mention the same thing or kind of come to the same conclusion, I generally feel like there's some juice there. And that's one of the things that with Cutter Woods, it was like, well, let's see how this kind of adds up, right? Because we got the initial reports of, oh, man, he looks really good and yada. And I think people in their minds are trying to shuffle through, what is this quarterback thing going to look like? Sellers, and then maybe it's not Nolan. Maybe it's – I don't think they know who 2 and 3 are. You know, maybe they have a hunch, but I don't think they know. But I will say this, in watching him the other day, I felt like the game, regardless of the fact that it was a spring game and it's just a mixture of drafted talent onto these 2 teams out there. I felt like having number one, he's good, but number 2 in-state guys that South Carolina has recruited. And Lenore Sellers, who was very under-recruited, right? I think we can all agree on that. He was going to – where was he going? Syracuse?
Going to Syracuse, and he got bumped up to a 4-star, like literally the last month of his recruiting. Like he was 2-3-star early in his time, and then the last month, once everybody started seeing, oh wow, he got bumped up to a 4-star. So yeah, he was very underrated and recruited.
And you could argue the same thing with Cutter Woods, right? I mean,
yeah,
South Carolina beat a couple of Tobacco Road schools for him. Yeah,
Wake Forest. He's basically a 3-star kid,
right? And they're right here within our borders. I can't remember the last time that's ever actually happened with 2 very talented quarterbacks from this state on this roster. I don't even know if it has ever happened, has it? And then B, I think it says a lot about this program, to be quite frank, and the fact that these other schools on the outside aren't coming in and getting them, and they're coming here and they're developing pretty quickly. I think that says a lot for Dow Loggins, for Shane Beamer. I think it says a lot for Mike Shula.
Yeah, no, I watch a lot of Cutter's high school tape, and just from coaches I know around the state, all of them have praise for him. So The kid's got a nice arm, and he can run too. So don't underestimate. He's got some legs on him too. So he was the biggest surprise to me, though, in the spring game.
Okay.
You know, they don't have the who's going to be all the backup, who would come in if, God forbid, something, you know, happened to Lenore's, like the LSU game last year. I don't think they have that nailed down. I really think there's 3 or 4 guys that are all vying for that position. You know, I told y'all a few weeks ago when I was on here that when I was out there, Luke had been working quarterback play. And sure enough, we did see a lot of him, and Luke made some really good plays out there, some good decision making. And he's an old guy, so he should know, you know, kind of what to do with his decision making. So, but yeah, I don't think they have a clue who the backup would be if we had to go play tomorrow and somebody else had to come in.
Guys, what do y'all think about that? I've been waiting to kind of press that question on anybody until the spring got done and the dust settles a little bit on this. But I mean, Luke Doty has been around since right around when you got here, John. I mean, he's been around a long time, and he's done everything. I mean, he's done anything he's been asked to do. He's been offered to go other places, and he has turned all of them down. He said he wanted to stay here at South Carolina. He wanted to be a Gamecock. He loves Columbia, the whole 9 yards. Put me back there to return kicks. Put me at wide receiver. Put wherever you want. Is there? I mean, do y'all believe that there's a real role for Luke Doty at the quarterback position? I think it's a little. I mean, it's not shocking, but I don't think it's something we expected coming into the spring that he would be the starter for the other team in the spring game at QB.
I mean, listen, he started a lot of games at quarterback here early in his career. And he's an older veteran guy, somebody you trust to go in and make the right decision. So I wouldn't be shocked if he is the number 2 going into the season. I wouldn't be shocked. But I think the quarterback competition, you know, between Luke, Cutter, Air, and Reno, I've heard it's been pretty strong. So you know, that's why I don't think we still could definitely say, all right, if something happened to Lenore's, who would go in the game? I think it's up in the air just because the competition has been so good between those other 4 guys behind Lenore's.
If nothing
else,
that's
a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Competition's always a good thing. It means you actually got more than one person worth a damn. I think if nothing else, Doty could serve the role, kind of what Ashford did when he came in the LSU game. Like, you know, he's not throwing a bunch, especially downfield, but he can run his you-know-what off and make some plays and spell sellers until you're ready to get Lenore's back in there. And he knows, like to your point, John, he's not going to go out there in front of 90,000 fans, wherever he might be, and just urinate all over himself because he's been there. He's a veteran. Whereas for these other guys, a spring game is one thing. Going out, like if it's a road game and let's say you're at LSU this time around and Lenore's sprains his ankle in the second quarter, I don't know if you want one of those raw guys out there to come in.
Yeah, no, I definitely would feel comfortable with Luke. I mean, Luke's been there. He's done it. He's been on the road, started at quarterback in the SEC, won games as the quarterback in the SEC. You know, who knows? We'll see how the summer works out and then the fall camp. But I don't know. I think it's been a pretty healthy competition for that backup role at quarterback.
I'm fascinated by that. Mike, can you? I mean, you've covered every team in this league. You've called a game in every ballpark. I can't remember ever seeing anything like this. I mean, you could argue like Randall Cobb a little bit up at Kentucky when they put him in at quarterback and stuff. But I mean, Luke was a quarterback like 4 seasons ago, and they got moved, and now 4 years later, he's playing quarterback again.
No, sometimes it's the other way around. Like I go back, you'll remember this name, Strick, Hines Ward, who was an uber talented wide receiver, and Georgia had a bunch of injuries at quarterback, so he had to play quarterback, right?
I was at a game. I was at a Georgia football game back in the 90s when I was a teenager, and Eric Zier, I think, was hurt, and
Right.
Hines Ward played the whole game at quarterback, and he threw it a little, but it was mostly
Run.
wildcat type, you know,
Yep.
because Hines Ward was just amazing.
A freakish athlete. So he did it the other way. We're talking about, in the case of Doty, going from being a quarterback, and then he played wide receiver, and now he's moving back to quarterback, and he's been a returner, and yeah, he's a Swiss Army knife that it's nice to have on your roster. Because like you said, Jamie, I mean, he certainly could have transferred to a smaller school and played a much more significant role.
He could have gone to Coastal easily. I mean, I think it does. Mike, you made this point yesterday, and John just made it. I mean, I also think that it tells you a lot about your wide receivers. I mean, while they do have a bunch of young guys in the room, again, Luke Doty's a 6-year dude, and I'm not so sure he was going to see the field with this group. I think they're really, really talented, and that's not a knock on Luke. I'm not knocking Luke Doty at all. Giving credit to the other guys. I don't know. Let's go back, John, to when you were playing at South Carolina. Is there a team in the SEC that has taken more athletes and made them quarterbacks? You know, you talk about Luke and Savell and Dondrell and Corey. Who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. I mean,
I would say those are the ones. You know, but Dondrell coming out of high school, you know, he was rated as one of the top 8 to 10 quarterbacks in the country. And unfortunately for Dondrell, man, he just got injured so much. And just you know, even our senior year, you know, he goes into starting the season, and then we're on the goal line versus Georgia. And it's 4th and 1 to win the game. And we run a naked bootleg, and Greg Blue for Georgia lights Dondrell up, and we wound up losing 20-16. And Dondrell got hurt on that play, and Dondrell played sparingly the rest of the year. His senior year, I mean, he would try and go out, but man, he was just so banged up the entire season. So guess what? We went to Savell Newton, athletic quarterback, and Savell made some great plays. I mean, I even go back to the Alabama game when we played at Alabama. They could not stop us running the ball. We just basically just lined up and told them we were running it, and we just kicked their ass everywhere. And Savell made some big-time runs in that game from the quarterback position. So, I mean, go ahead.
No, I'm letting you finish. That was the quietest Bryant-Denny Stadium I'd ever heard.
100%. I thought nobody was in the stands come the start of the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
it was so quiet.
You could hear people tailgating outside of that ballpark. I mean, y'all just shut them down from the first quarter on. That was crazy. Yeah, Joyner, all these athletes that have played quarterback at South Carolina, been crazy.
Well, Luke's a hell of an athlete. He's got wheels on him too. So, you know, I think him and Lenoir's play style is kind of similar. If you go back and watch back when Luke was a starting quarterback, you would design some runs for Luke to run the ball because Luke's that kind of athlete. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. We'll see how it pans out here come fall.
I called the game that he started against Missouri. I think it was right after Muschamp got fired. So we're meeting with Mike Bobo in the Friday meetings, and that was weird because Bobo, you could tell he was just unhappy about virtually everything. And my guess, he already knew he wasn't going to stay around, but he was the interim. So he's talking about Doty starting a quarterback in an SEC game. And then what's his name? I asked him, the kid whose brother unfortunately committed suicide.
Ryan
Helinski. And I'll never forget, because that was the big question. Where's Helinski? And I asked Bobo, what is going on with Helinski? And you could tell he was almost kind of taken back by it. Not that I asked it, but that the fans were calling for him. He's like, that kid can't play at this level, period. Next question. Like that's just where Bobo was on that for whatever it's worth. And of course, now Georgia fans want to fire Bobo. So some things never change, as you know.
That poor guy. Every year somebody wants him fired.
Georgia fans just hating on Mike Bobo is a tradition unlike any other. And it's like the Masters, and Georgia fans fire Mike Bobo.
That.
Yeah.
You know, You know, Bobo's the head coach at Colorado State, right? Yeah, well,
fire him
anyway. You know, we don't ever want him back. He was a hero 2 years ago.
He was,
but
his stock never stays high in Athens. It has peaks and a lot of valleys.
Yeah,
and this year, if they don't produce with Gunnar Stockton, the rampage to fire Mike Bobo will be white hot.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes with Gunnar. I've heard not so great early in his career at Georgia, but we'll this year is his year to start, so we'll see what he's about.
John, I mentioned, you know, clearly a lot of the things that happened in the spring game. Again, it was a draft of a bunch of dudes who are not going to actually play together, and how meaningless all of it is. The one thing I texted JC this the other day, I said, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the one thing that was totally undersold by anybody that covered this deal was the kicking competition.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a brilliant move by Beamer to do that and put all that pressure on those guys. And if you want to get a takeaway from anything, here's a takeaway for you. I'm not so sure that the punter and the kicker aren't the same guy this season. I mean, Mason Love has got the leg for both. There is no question about it.
I'll tell you this. The one field goal he kicked, because he went last, and he boomed it, and you could just see the difference in the 100%. Distance and loft and everything on the ball. It was the best looking kick out of the other two guys. No offense against them, but just was.
It was good from 40, would have easily been good from 50, and I can make the argument it might have been good from 60.
55, yeah.
I mean, it was hammered.
Yeah, he hammered the hell out of it.
Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
See, we got to get in front of this, Mike, Mad Dog, and Strick. It's we're only a few months away from the annual special teams meltdown by J.C. Sherbert.
August 21st, baby.
That's right.
It's when I always melt down over special teams, and I was public with it in 2022, and they had about the best special teams in school history. So that's pretty good. And Beamer yesterday at a welcome home event told John Whittle that they're probably not going on a portal kicker. So axe that on your portal shopping list. And so my guess is that Mason Love will handle everything. And I heard great things about that field goal from not just Jamie, but I heard it was been good from 60.
No, he kicked the hell out of it. I just happened to be standing on the ramp at that time in, the student section side, the way they were kicking. So we stood there and watched them do that real quick, and he boomed the hell out of that thing.
I mean, it was tattooed. It went like 5 yards over the net, and the net was pulled all the way up. I mean, it was hammered.
He's a good punter, too. I mean, he's a scholarship guy. So, I mean, I think that's what you want is for when you use a scholarship on any kind of kicker, you want them to play. Then Max Kelly's coming in from Tennessee as a true freshman kicker on scholarship as well. He's just not there yet. So
he's not? Okay.
No.
Well,
I don't know what to expect from him. I don't pay attention to kickers.
I don't either. Yeah.
I just hope they can kick. I don't think about them until 10 days before kickoff, right? So
yeah.
But so that was encouraging. Mason Love has had a really good spring all the way around.
Yeah, like I said on here when I was out there 2 weeks ago, he was bombing punts, literally bombing them.
I mean, he was doing that in their work at the spring game. He was 50, 55 yards easy. I mean, he just put a leg into it. It wasn't even – it's nothing. So we'll see. You never know. All right, John, any parting shots before we let you get back to work?
Nope. It's almost May.
Nope.
Well, I'll say this. It's almost May, so football season is right around the corner.
Oh, come on, man. You haven't been watching the UFL?
Yeah, I watched some. I watched Skip's game the other day. A little bit here and there, but I'm mostly kind of locked into baseball right now, even though hasn't been an ideal season so far. But, hey, let's just go win one or two more series and sweep. Well, win all of them, but you're going to have to sweep one or two of them because you need to get that 12th to 13th win to even have a chance to get into the postseason. So I was hoping for the sweep this weekend. Man, if they would have got the sweep this past weekend, good Lord, that would have been huge.
Would have helped if SQ was healthy. I will say that. Not to make excuses, but if he started that game, the moment we got word of that, I was probably 2 hours before first pitch. I was like, "Oh, that's going to change things a little bit."
I know.
By the way,
and it did.
Shout out to Dawn and the ladies over there getting the girl from Mississippi State. I think that was the missing piece this past year, was having a true dominant big. And I think we got one, so I'm excited. I think that was a missing piece for this women's basketball team. So I thought that was a huge pickup for Dawn.
She's 6'6", I think.
She's taller than I am, which is weird.
That's very weird. John, give us a bourbon of the week. Bourbon of the week from John Strickland.
Oh,
right, listen carefully, Mike.
The Jack Daniels.
Oh, I always do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Good luck finding it, but yeah, that's the one. That's probably my favorite one right now that I've gotten here over the past month. It just released about a month ago. It's hard to get. They only made 22,000 bottles of it for the entire world.
Whoa!
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I did some Blandons on
you can get one, but you're gonna have to pay $500 or $600 for it, versus the $140 I paid retail.
Well, if you got anything that you're not planning to drink, take it down to the Marriott on Assembly. John and I, or Mike and I, sat there. Well, Trace, well, we don't have any of that. How about some Woodford? That's gone.
Yeah.
What do you have?
What do you have, Miss?
Oh, you could have walked over. You could have walked over to Hall's or Bourbon, right around the corner.
I had my daughter.
He had his daughter.
Well, a bar's a bar, right? You had her in a bar there.
Yeah.
So I don't think that matters.
Yeah, I know. But at 9:30 at night, I was.
Have we already said happy birthday to Flint here on the morning show?
I texted him this morning. He hadn't responded, so no, I didn't get him.
He didn't get a public happy birthday. Okay.
Oh, I text Flint and Blake Mitchell last week, asking them a question. Both of them are the worst texters in the world. Haven't heard a word from either one of them.
I can't figure it out.
Where is Blake? Where is he
in
now?
Charleston, Mount Pleasant.
Doing what?
He's a general manager of a roof company, I think, right, John?
Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the top dogs of a big shingle roofing company.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Sweet.
Yeah.
His dad has my favorite name of all time. Remember his dad's name? Nugget.
Oh yeah. I used to go to Blake's hometown with him a couple of times back in the day.
LaGrange?
We were in college.
LaGrange.
Yeah. Los Grangeles.
I've been there a few times, yeah.
That's right on the border, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, it's close to Alabama, yep.
Yeah. Carolina signed.
It's kind of like Bainbridge. It's kind of like Bainbridge. Bainbridge is 25 minutes from the Florida line and about 35 minutes from the Alabama line.
Man, you're surrounded by jorts. Crazy.
Speaking of L.A., that part of Alabama is definitely L.A.
Lower
Alabama.
Yep.
I used to work with a guy that was from down that way. Yeah, buddy.
Oh, L.A. Yeah, I'm from L.A. I heard somebody say one time, I'm from L.A. You're from Los Angeles? No, Lower Alabama, man.
Blew my mind the first time I heard that was in Pensacola. It was like, yeah, man, this is L.A.
Lower Alabama.
What?
Bet you are Panama Red.
Well, it's the only place I got called a Yankee, too. I was like, you do know where I'm from, right?
We don't allow your kind here, Mad Dog.
Yeah, that's right. I'm like, okay.
Bangville. Greenville. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. John, it's always good to see you. We'll do it again next week. Hey, final count on the draft. What are you going to stay with for the Gamecocks this week? You staying with 9?
I'm going with the 8 to 9 that I've been saying all along, so I'm sticking with it. I know some people got it at 7, some people got it at 8. I'm going with the 8 or 9. That's and I'm sticking to it.
Okay. All right.
Like, I've seen some of these boards that have Josh Simon and some of them don't. I think the ones that don't, I think you're crazy. I think he's a steal in the late draft.
I'm with you on that. I also think they sneak a lineman in there. Everybody references 13 because they had the 7 draft picks that year, right? 2009 also had 7.
Yep.
Can anybody name the 7? Can we, as a group, collectively name the 7?
All right. Eric Norwood, Captain Munnerlyn.
Norwood was 2010.
Panthers took Norwood.
My bad on that. 08. So.
You got Munnerlyn right. He went to the Panthers. They had 3 7th-rounders in 09.
This is 09.
You got Munnerlyn.
I already know. Ryan Suckup.
Ryan was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Mr. Irrelevant.
There's another 7th-rounder.
Darian Stewart was not drafted. He was an undrafted free agent.
That's right.
Neither was Emmanuel Cook.
Great career.
Yep. E. Cook left early, and Spurrier was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that was
Kenny
dumb,
McKinley.
Kenny?
I believe Kenny McKinley was drafted.
All right, so you got Ryan, you got Captain, you got Kenny. There's another member of the secondary that went in the 7th round.
Stoney Woodson. Who else?
Somebody who played in one of the big uglies like John.
Who the heck? Oh, Lim Jean-Pierre, was that? Or no, he was an undrafted guy too.
No, one of the nicest, big, mean-looking guys ever, but he's a very nice guy.
Jamon Meredith.
Yep, Jamon, my old teammate. How about that?
From the same high school Travell Wharton went to. Mm-hmm. Carolina got two-star dudes from Hillcrest Simpsonville.
That get drafted. Crazy, right?
Right there on I-385 going into Greenville.
That's 5. Y'all are missing 2. Come on, who was the highest draft pick that year?
Who else off that team?
Come on.
Wasn't anybody running back?
It's an easy one. Tight end.
Oh, Jared Cook.
Jared Cook.
Little team.
You got one more.
For the D tackle.
No, he played on defense.
Jasper Brinkley.
Jasper Brinkley.
Yeah, good Lord. Yeah, because I get confused because Jap got hurt in 07. So he actually was a JUCO with 2 years, but he played 06, got hurt against LSU in 07, redshirted, and played
I stand by this. If Jasper didn't get hurt in that LSU game in 07, that team wins a lot more ball games that year.
Oh, dude.
He was a tackling machine.
And Dustin Lindsay was hurt too. Like Dustin Lindsay took over for Hurley in 05. And he actually didn't play a lot in 06 and was hurt. Came back, couldn't make it back or whatever. You guys probably know the story better than I do. But if Lindsay had returned to form like he was at the end of 05, they'd have had a Mike linebacker. They just didn't. There was no Mike linebacker after that. They had Cliff Matthews playing linebacker that year. Interesting.
Yeah.
As a true freshman. Y'all know who the starting defensive end game 1 in 07 was? This is how far the program's come. We're sitting here sweating about backup offensive tackles leaving the program.
In 07?
In 07, the starting DN was Travian Robertson as a true freshman.
There you go.
And they grew him into a tackle, obviously. So, yeah, that was the Spurrier era that was not full. It was kind of weird because there were a lot of guys that weren't considered big-time recruits that became really good players. But it wasn't like they had a bunch of depth at all. I mean, I remember 09 had Garcia gotten hurt. It was the Reed McCullum show.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's so funny. You know, you mentioned Travell, 2-star. He had to take a gray shirt because they didn't have room for him on the roster. So he had to sit out a season and then come on in the spring. You know, lower-rated guy, wound up being a great player, one of the best tackles ever played in South Carolina. And then the other guy I played with who was a 1 or 2-star. Can y'all name him? Safety, electric, safety, ball hawk.
Oh,
Co Simpson.
Oh,
gray shirt. He was a gray shirt.
He was, just like Travell.
Two-star guy.
Yeah.
It was that whole time period in South Carolina was interesting. Clemson got Philip Merling was a 2-star. Gaines Adams was a 2-star. Rashad Jackson was a 3-star. Leroy Hill was a 3-star. All of them were ballers at Clemson.
I got to say something about Leroy because me and him worked out together training.
I loved how he played.
He was the best linebacker I played against in my whole career. I'm not joking.
Really?
He was that good.
He was fast, man.
Oh, God.
He
could make you miss your block on him. He was legit. And we used to give each other hell when we worked out together in Atlanta. Yeah, Leroy Hill was a dog.
That's crazy.
Yep.
And I played against a lot of good linebackers in my career. He was the best one.
Yeah, that's an understatement, dude. You played against a lot of them.
Yeah.
Shoot. So.
All right, boys. I got to go eat an avocado.
Me too.
Rock on. Good to see everyone.
Mike, thank you for your service. You
enjoyed
three straight days of the Golden Tones here on the morning show.
Wow. Yeah. Marathon stint.
Very thankful. Very thankful.
Yes. Always good to hear Mike.
Been a pleasure, boys. Looking forward to the next 2. I'll be in my car listening to JC and the Mad Dog.
Oh, there you go.
Sounds good.
Sweet.
The magic of streaming. See you guys.
All right, guys.
All right.
Care.
Bye, y'all.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecocks Show. ITG Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information. Things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. We are live here on a terrible Tuesday. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax with you. JC Sherbert over there. Plenty to talk about. We got a little attrition on the football team. We got a rather large addition to the women's basketball team. Some notes and stuff coming out on intentions on how to use some players for the men's hoop side of things. Softball gets the sweep last night, and I actually watched that game, JC. It was pretty fun. They had Coach Woodard mic'd up, and it looks like a good old time in the Gamecocks dugout, which, hey, if you're ranked as highly as they are and projected to still have a shot at being a top 8 national seed, I bet it is a pretty fun dugout to be in. But man, how you doing this morning, brother?
Good. It always just looks like softball players are always having fun.
Yeah,
they do their little cheers and stuff. I guess it's part of the culture.
Always fun. Yeah,
good that they're winning. That's kind of a bright spot around Gamecock land at the moment. Yeah, so want to welcome back Kreger into the Nana Sports chat box.
Yes, and I've been there too, Kreger, with the credit card. Like I've had changes of expiration dates or whatever, and just like you use it. No,
I don't understand why YouTube doesn't send like a notification and say it, so I could tell him why. I mean that just ticks me off a little bit. It's just like you're on your own, and I mean it's not like Google has customer service people that you can actually call in about their membership,
I went down a rabbit hole yesterday trying to get some kind of help, like, because they've got this help portal inside Google or YouTube Studio or whatever, and it's like it's the automated system. Click this button if you're wanting this, and click this button if you want to do that. And of course, nothing that they offer is specifically what I'm looking for. So you click other, and then it brings up another set of selections, and you're like, this isn't it either. And then next thing you know, I go from that web page to a different web page for help, and it's been. But either way, glad we got it resolved, Craig. Good to have you back, man.
Yeah, Clint's having trouble getting in too, but we think it's just because he switched computers and isn't logged into YouTube.
Okay.
Well, that's what Craig and I think but we've missed. I was wondering where the heck Clint was.
Yeah,
I was like, where's Clint? I thought about the wellness check thing the other day. So welcome back, Craig. So
canceled.
That's canceled. Bruin. Canceled by himself. But anyway, so that's all good. Welcome back, Craig, to the Nana Sports chat box. Interesting things going on. Football transfer portal obviously is open. Cam Pringle leaves. I'm sure I heard part of the morning show talking about it, and I don't know where he's going to end up. I hate that as it relates to the long-term future. I think I've never thought just because Cam Pringle was at one time rated really high, and he did drop, and I never thought he should have dropped. I thought he was out of shape in high school, and a lot of offensive linemen are. And he needed to get back in shape, reshape his body, and he did a great job of that. It's just that there are older players in front of him, and he wasn't good enough to be in the 2 deep. So I guess there is a depth chart, right? Maybe
not one to which we are privy, but I would imagine
Beamer was on the record last night. He wasn't in the 2 deep. Okay. So you have one now. No, but I'm just joking about that. Oh, I'm not really, but I say that in jest, but he wasn't projected to be in the 2 deep.
Yeah.
He wasn't projected to be. And I thought it was borderline. I thought he had a chance to. Just depends on what kind of strides he made. And then in the spring, he worked at guard some. He worked at tackle some. If you notice at right tackle, though, when they were running short on right tackles, big tree slid over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in the mixing and matching, he got a sense of where he stood. He's 6'8", 345 pounds. It's a big dude.
Very large man.
And I wish him the best. I don't like it when in-state guys leave just because, I mean, even guys like Elijah Caldwell, who were kind of disappointed, had to go to JUCO. There's reasons for that, you know. It's still, you know, Omega Blake obviously couldn't. I mean, they didn't want Omega Blake back. I mean, you know, it's still disappointing just because so many in-state players have such a good experience at South Carolina. You sort of want all of them to, but that's probably very unrealistic. Very unrealistic. So, as far as that goes, so we'll see sort of what happens. Bruin says he's probably going to Charlotte. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. I heard some Oklahoma rumors. Bill Bedenball's Tire and Auto, right?
That's right.
Whatever, Bedenball hired, you know. So I don't know. In Queen, I don't see Clemson taking him. Look, crazier things have happened. Carolina's taken, obviously during the Muschamp era, I think they took 3 Clemson transfers. One was a bounce back from JUCO, Caleb Chalmers, that never played. One was Josh Belk, who quit, and the other was Tavian Feaster, who had a nice senior year on a 4-8 football team. So the Queen says, can he go SEC? I thought you said, oh, yeah, that's right. You can't. So I don't think Oklahoma would be a possibility. You'll have to forgive me for that, Queen, because I'm still wrapping my head around Oklahoma being in the SEC.
Right.
And I forget about that rule sometimes because we have very few rules when it comes to the transfer portal. Very few. I'll say this. I don't believe the attrition is done off the South Carolina roster. I'll leave it at that. And I do think that, you know, this portal window has become semi-important, you know, to stock up at certain spots, and namely edge and just in general on the defensive line. I think they got to go find some players to kind of get in the rotation. You got to have depth there, Phil, and you know that's important. And at edge, you know, you're already down 2. I mean, and I say that nobody's closed the door on Jaylen Brown coming back. But right now, I would just put that in we'll worry about that if if it happens. You can't count on that right now. And so, you know, and then Wendell Gregory left. And look, man, Wendell Gregory was early in his development here. I think definitely, given the situation with Brown, Wendell could have gotten it. He was kind of my sleeper guy to get it because he's got good pass rushing skills. He's not going to Oklahoma State to play linebacker. He's going to play edge. But agents are going to agent. And, you know, one guy that may be third team and a rotational guy here, maybe a starter there, and they're willing to fork out the cheddar a little bit more. And so enjoy Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Good luck. Yeah. Have fun. It'll be a culture shock for sure.
Yeah. Have a good time out there at Oklahoma State. And
non-graduates have 3 more days, right? For the portal.
Yeah.
To enter the portal.
The 25th. And so we'll see sort of what happened, you know. So the Queen of the Cocks mentions he and Bruin deserve a deal, or we're holding out with Clint from the Nana Sports Chat.
Oh, that's what Clint's doing. Hold out. Okay.
Man, if I had the ability to give deals, I would. I don't.
Yeah.
I have your YouTube handle and how long you've been a member, and that's it. Don't have your email. Don't have anything. So That's just kind of weird. Bruin says, I want $4 million like Nico, but I'll settle for 900,000. Wouldn't we all? I was talking about this on coffee today, Phil, because everybody wants to keep talking about their employees. And the people that say this, it's just like everything else in society. The people that say this are the people that stand to make money off of the situation.
Right.
You ever notice most people's opinions are directly related to their income? How sad is that?
It is.
I mean, I say things sometimes that are detrimental to my income.
Right. I mean, because right is right and wrong is wrong in certain cases.
That's me. And by the way, Nana Sports chat box again, Queen, I did get your email. I do have it.
Nice.
So we're good. I don't want to forget to answer that question and think I'm ignoring you. But so these people that say, they're employees and that they need to have employment and collective bargaining and all this. Okay, so name another job when you are at the amateur level of your profession or the non-highest level of your profession, because it still is not professional. It's not the National Football League.
Right.
Okay. You have a window to play. It's still structured around schools and all that. And hopefully it stays that way. So name another job where you get a nutritionist, a professional nutritionist. You get food every day from a personalized meal plan. You have personalized workouts from some of the best strength and conditioning coaches in the country to keep you healthy. You have a medical staff at your disposal. You have insurance that covers everything that you possibly could imagine. Health. You have mental health support. You have career support. You have personal development support. And then you get to live. If you don't want to live in a nice off-campus apartment, then you can live in the nicest dorms on campus at 650 Lincoln or another quote-unquote place where athletes stay. You can't call them athletic dorms anymore, but they're the nicest. Most people, Kentucky still has Wildcat Lodge for their basketball team. They just let other students live there too sometimes. And plus a college education. Trust me, my stepson's wanting to go to college. He's looking at Florida Atlantic, Arizona State, places like that. Arizona State's out-of-state tuition is $40,000 a year that you have to come out of pocket for. They don't spend a dime on that. They don't spend a dime on fees. So you get a world-class college education for free. Well, and then what you have to do is basically go play a game. With the way they've done scholarship guarantees, you get that for 4 years, regardless if you play it down or not. And then on top of that, your average player, is getting at least six figures in football a year. Some are north of that. So you're getting so name a job, Phil, that you're getting paid that much cash, that much in salary, and the benefits package is through the roof like that.
Yeah, no.
There are CEOs out there that get deals like that are proven, like a recruiting thing where you're like, okay, I want to go hire the CEO. I'm going to go hire Michael Eisner in the 90s away from Disney.
Right.
I may want to let him and his wife use the private jet, or maybe I'll comp him to this or that. You get little perks, but for a job where you haven't proven anything other than you're good in high school. Name a job you can walk into that has not only that kind of salary, but those kind of benefits.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
There's not one.
The
Army comes close, Queen. Yeah. But you're not getting shot at on a football field potentially.
Yeah. The Army's different. That's not playing a game. That's serious.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Krager mentions thousands worth of gear too. I forgot that as a
Yes.
perk. They clothe you, feed you, keep you safe.
Insulate you
for
in
straight out of
all
high school.
aspects,
You absolutely cannot get a job like that straight out of high school.
No.
And in the Army, if you go in straight out of high school, still you're not a general right away. You're not paid like a general. Russell says OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, maybe so.
That's why I'm pissed at they're messing up Hooters daily. Hooters the other day announced, Phil, they were like, we're going to go back to our roots. We're going to have family night. And I'm like, when was that?
Wait a minute.
I don't understand.
I'm not following you, big.
We're going to sponsor Little League baseball games. And I'm like, Those aren't your roots, dog. So anyway, all right, we've already blown through the first segment. Got to get our first break. Want to remind everybody about Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com, or their brick and mortar stores at the Village at Sand Hills, also out in Lexington. They're closed Mondays, open Tuesdays, so go get your Gamecock gear. As Crager points out, the polos are $115, the official Gamecock polos. But they have all price points at Gamecock Traditions. Certainly go follow their social media, proud sponsors of The Morning Show, The Show, all we do here at Chief Sports. We'll be back after this on the show.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking. And they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961. Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second segment of the show here. Looking at, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted. It's a little.
What's wrong, Phil?
It's warm in my house.
It's supposed to be 70 here today.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
on short sleeves.
Yeah, fortunately, it's not going to bust 80 today, but we have people scheduled to come take a look at our air conditioner on Thursday, and I've got a lot of moving part. Yeah, dude, it's been one thing after another. Life has piled on top of us as the way it does. Just like over the past 6 weeks, it was like, here's a whole year's worth of bullshit to deal with. All right, thanks.
Dude, that always happens.
I know.
So that always happens.
But where do you want to head to here?
Well, I was just going to say, I just got a notification on a house in Lexington from Zillow, and I'm like, 3 bedrooms, $500,000. And I was like, what the hell? I was like, this house must be, hey, Clint's back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Awesome. And I'm like, what's the deal there? And it's kind of a Spanish style house. I mean, it's really cool. Oh, but they have like a house out back too.
Oh,
like somebody could stay in
the mother-in-law suite
the
or whatever.
in-law area. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. Because I was like, this better be on the lake for this or near the lake for this much. It's not. And I was like, who the hell paid this?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, also in-ground jacuzzi in the back. I was like, oh, that's probably not a bad deal, man. Not a bad deal there at all. Bobby says he's browsing the Lexington market as well. The Queen says his wife is like 10 houses pinned for Lexington. Prices are not bad. No, they're not, actually. That's why I was surprised. 3 bedrooms for $500,000, but there's a lot of amenities on this house. So, yeah, it was, we're not moving imminently, but I always keep an eye out, just kind of look and saw that. So I was distracted. My point was I was distracted by domestic issues as well. I'm like Shannon Sharpe here. I'm kidding. I'm not
Kanye. No.
Oh my God, dude, that guy, Kanye. I was thumbing through X and I saw that. I mean, like she had just put it up. I don't even follow him. It was trending, and I read that. I was like, oh my Lord, have mercy.
Well, I just saw screenshots of it. I was like, wow, they're really just doing they're doing a number on Ye here. Like, man, they're making all kind of stuff up. And then not too much digging deeper later. It's
that's
like,
the thing with him, dude. Once you think it's not real, oh yeah, it's real.
Oh yeah, it's real.
Unbelievable. But we won't talk about that. But yeah, so it's like now Shannon Sharpe was kind of that situation is kind of crazy because I think it's a cautionary tale in many ways.
Yeah.
But like I was sitting there yesterday and I get the newsletter from Front Office Sports and they love to spin things a certain way at Front Office Sports, and I don't like that about them, but they do cover sports business pretty well, and it's an interesting read. So they're sitting there talking about Shannon Sharpe getting $100 million podcasting deal, and I'm like, I don't know why we'd pay. I don't know what the market is for him for $100 million,
right?
But more power to him, man. Sterling's brother. I mean, the guy went to Savannah State,
yeah,
and was great. He's a Hall of Famer. So more power to him. I mean, I wasn't mad at him. And then you see the $100 million, and then you see like by lunchtime, Shannon Sharpe's getting sued for $50 million. And I'm like, whoa, life comes at you fast.
Yeah, it does.
And 50 million, dude. Come on. I mean, I there were some bad things accused on both sides of that. I don't even think that belongs in public or the courts, to be honest with you, unless there was something, it seems like he said a lot of things and didn't do. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. Somebody will get mad at me, but it was just the interesting part of it was $100 million and like, oh, I want half. Oh, okay.
Oh, good. Here, I'll let you have
no
half.
Longer $100 million.
Yeah, that's right.
So anyway, but yeah, so hey, maybe we're all neighbors one day in Lexington. We'll just sit out there, and that's right. I don't really like talking to neighbors. I'm not big into neighbors, Phil.
Me either.
I had one place I lived where I got to know my neighbors, and that was in Greenville. When I lived in a condo next to Serene Stadium. My buddy David became my friend, and he lived 2 doors down. Other than that, Nashville, my neighbors in Nashville, when we had our house, drove me nuts. I lived in one of these new neighborhoods, right? And they didn't have a backyard. So they hung out in the front yard. I'd be going to work at 6:30 in the morning, driving into the office, and there they are in the front yard staring at me.
I know.
Children of the corn.
I get that same thing here. It's like, why aren't y'all on your back porches? Yeah. Oh, because they're not as scenic as mine, because you cut all the trees down in your backyard and now it's just another piece of grass.
Unreal, dude. I was like, so I didn't like them. Any apartments I've lived in, never talked to my neighbors.
No.
Never. Just here, I'm lucky. The neighbors across the street are disasters. They're like new age crystal worshiping people or something. There's people coming in all hours of the night. They park their car in the middle of the street. I'm backing out in my truck. Luckily, I have a rear view camera. But like Bob on one side and then Arlene on the other. And I have their names. See, I don't even know their names. I've lived here 6 years. Bob, and I forget his wife's name. Karen.
Oh.
It's not Karen. It's something else.
I'll do you one better. We went to high school with one of our next door neighbors. And I couldn't tell you his name. Yeah, I mean, because they actually got married on their back porch, which, hey, that's cool. And then on Facebook, my wife notices that all these pictures are coming out from people that we all went to high school with. And they're like 5 of them over there on the next door neighbor's back porch. We're like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And then on the other side, it's the, treasurer of the HOA, my best friend.
I'll say this: the HOA, we don't have an HOA, and I'm shocked. In Illinois, I mean, you'd think people would be all over that. We don't have an HOA, and we too live in a place called Pebble Creek.
Yeah,
how freaky weird is that?
That's funny. That's funny.
Phil and I both live in a place that's called Pebble Creek. Strange, but I neighbors. I've always like I'm a friendly person. I have a lot of friends. I mean, I know a lot of people. I mean, those of you that have met me know I'm a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
I know I get fired up here on the message board and, it seems like I'm kind of tyrannical, but that's more of my media persona than who I am. So I don't like the whole concept of being like BFFs with your neighbors. There's a certain amount of privacy I require.
Yeah.
And I don't want people sitting there wondering what I'm doing while I'm in my house or condo or whatever.
Or thinking that it's okay just to pop on in. That's what, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
It's like, I don't know, man. You could at least send a text. What's up?
I've just never had never. I mean, when I was a kid, we lived next to this crazy doctor who let his, 8-year-old little girls run out in the yard naked and play. That was weird. That was a weird situation.
That is weird.
That was bizarre. And then the other side was this old Navy veteran that thought he was still on a ship. He had a ship wheel. We lived on a lake in Spartanburg, and a ship wheel that and my dad was like, well, captain's out there driving his ship. I mean, and I knew them, but I didn't want to get to know. I don't know. I'm just not a big neighbor guy. I'm just not. That's not what I want. Maybe I watched that show Desperate Housewives pretty regularly back in the day.
Right.
Maybe that somehow in my brain turned me off of wanting to be neighborly.
Be that close to everybody in the neighborhood.
You have no control over the complete psychopaths that may move, or sociopaths or crazy people that may move in next door. And if you engage them constantly, you don't know how much they're going to take. If you give them that inch, you don't know if they're going to take a mile or not.
No.
So I'm very cautious about neighbors. My wife probably, if she's listening, is mad.
I don't know. This is the place where we come to get away from everything else. So it's our safe haven here in the home.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So it's just
home,
like,
dude.
and we're kind of the same, pretty private people, but
cave.
I don't know anybody more outgoing than my wife. So it's not that, we turn people off that way.
No, heck no.
Just keep to ourselves.
I'm like, it's your natural existence. I don't think human beings are meant to have neighbors. Yeah. I think that was something that got fed to us once upon a time. I mean, think about this back in the caveman days. You just roll into somebody's cave, you're going to get hit over the head with a club and thrown to the saber-toothed tiger.
Come over here.
Animals don't like neighbors.
Right.
Animals don't give a flip about neighbors, do they? No.
No.
They run in packs, and if you're not from the pack, that's like a
they
family.
chase you off, right?
I mean, Bobby's like, see you in the Lexington soon, but yeah. Now, if Bobby was my neighbor, I wouldn't mind it. I like Bobby. I'm comfortable with that. I know he's not a psychopath.
It's different when you have a prior knowledge of somebody too, and you're moving in, right? It was like, oh, all right, we're good. Like, we could be neighbors. That would be fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
But
man, I'm just the concept is just unnatural to me. I just don't understand it. No, but don't bring me your leftovers. Don't make me a cake. If you knock at my door and my wife is not here, I'm not answering it. I never do. Because there's no reason for anybody to knock on my door, Phil. Right. I mean, unless I know you're coming, right? We'll be by about 8 to fix the so-and-so. Okay, I know you're coming. I'll answer the door. We have some of these people that come around our neighborhood, I don't know why in Chicago they think this is a great idea.
Right.
Now we're in a very safe suburb, right? It's not like the Beirut type,
right?
Section. It's about 30 miles to the east of us, it's safe, but I don't know why you still think in 2025 you can go knock on my door, ask me about, like, do I need my roof fixed, and you're going to make any money. Do you need new windows? If we want new windows, we're going to put it in the Googler.
We'll shop the new windows.
Or ironically enough, Phil, we're going to ask our neighbor who he used to.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And the chances of you being successful, and I respect it. I respect anybody's trying to make a living. But how do you think that's going to work? I mean, you're better off just putting a flyer on my door, and I'll get it and read it. Sometimes that works. Don't come to my house at 12:30 and ask me if I want my windows redone.
Yeah, right.
And expect me to say, that sounds like a great idea. As a matter of fact, I do.
I'd rather the Amazon guy knock than, just some rando. That way, at least I know my package is out there if I don't have my phone in my hand
we have a Ring camera. It's currently dysfunctioned. I hope nobody that's going to rob me heard that, but, or malfunctioned. That's got to fix. We got to fix it. But, I've cut everybody off from knocking at all.
Yeah.
Period. Like DoorDash and Uber Eats, they're all on just drop it off. That was the one thing that came out of the pandemic that was awesome.
That's right.
I don't have to come to the door and look at you and look you in the eye. And I don't have to worry about it. My food's just there. I go pick it up. Everybody's on their way.
Out on the stoop, ready
Contactless delivery is beautiful. The Queen says JC definitely yells at his neighborhood kids to get off his lawn. I don't yell at anybody else's kids. That's my point. Like Nat used to live, when the boys were little, Nat lived with this woman. Her name wasn't Karen, but she was the biggest Karen of all time. Would just yell at her kids. And I'm like, what would your husband say? And he was like, he didn't like it, but he wasn't there, and I was like, if this old bat yelled at my kids, not only her, but her husband would have something coming. Don't yell at my kids ever. That is not she worked at the school, the middle school. And one day put Cole on the wrong bus home just because she could. And so her and I almost had words, but they talked me out of it. But yeah, now the kids down the road, also front yard dwellers, right?
Right.
Play in the front yard. I don't know why they don't have a backyard. We all seem to have a backyard, but I don't know why they play in the front yard in the road. Now our road, a carefree drive.
Carefree drive.
Most beautiful road name ever.
That's right.
Is a straightaway, and people really get to go. They go too fast up and down the road, right? These kids are out there. They're like 3 and 2 and 4. They're little. Riding their bikes. They don't pay attention. And these idiots that speed don't pay attention. And so, I'm extra careful whenever I'm riding through there because they're right on the corner too. People whip around the corner. I'm like, man, but I don't yell at them.
Nah.
I don't yell at them.
Yeah, we got kids in the cul-de-sac down at the end of the yard. They'll play in the road, but that's the cul-de-sac. And they're, it's a one way in, one way out section of my neighborhood that I live in. So safe. Yeah. But people fly down the damn hill in front of my house. Yeah.
The hill, there's speed bumps in your coming.
Oh my God, yeah. Right.
We don't have that here, probably because we have no HOA. The Queen of the Cock says, JC yells, all right. The Bruin says, honest to God truth, I had to run 4 little kids off my property last summer. They were in my yard yelling at 2 stray dogs humping. I opened the door and told them to get off my property and take their dogs with them. But they weren't there. They weren't there.
It was
stray
their
dogs.
It was their dog.
I feel sorry for in that situation. The stray dogs.
The dogs. Yeah.
They're strays. They
That's
found each other. They're having some adult dog time. Kids are yelling at them. And then Bruin expels the whole party from the property. That sucks. Russell, my wife set up an appointment with a gutter guard service once. It was going door to door. Almost lost my mind. I had to literally physically remove them from my kitchen. Oh, yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, I respect the effort. I don't blame anybody for making a living, right? It's America. You should be, but I don't know who thinks that works.
I've signed up for 2 things
2025.
on door to door. The first one, I was outside and we had just moved in, and like literally within a week of us moving in, it was pest control. And I was like, well, we don't have a pest control service, so yeah, why not? Here, sign me up for the 6 months free or whatever. And we still use them to this day. The other one, I had just gotten back from picking the kids up or something, and it was AT&T walking around.
Oh.
And I was mad at Verizon for being such a wonderful customer and them just crapping all over me for 20 years. And so I actually decided to listen to what they had to say and ended up switching. And now I'm very happy with my AT&T service, which I didn't think I would ever say, because I had a big falling out with AT&T back in the hanging on, the home phone days. I was like, well, we've come full circle, AT&T. Good to have you back, I guess.
I went back to when I lived in Greenville, I had Uverse, the cable, and
and
it actually worked well for me. But man, I had an AT&T phone in 2002. I've been with Verizon since 2002 for cell phone.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. It didn't work I was living in Georgia at the time, and it didn't work there. It sucked. Never been, except for Myrtle Beach. For some reason, Verizon didn't work well in Myrtle Beach. It works well. So that's A. And then B, I finally went, I was always against AT&T products. And I finally went, Uverse cut me a deal when I moved back to Greenville, and it was fine. My internet was always good. It was a lot better than here.
Right.
Paying now, you didn't have 6 people constantly streaming on it like you do here, but it was something else. All right, we've talked a lot about neighbors and customer service and all that. I apologize for getting off track, but that's why you listen to the show, right?
That's right, because you never know what you're gonna get.
We're about to enter a dark period if we're not already there. After this portal window closes and recruiting's tighten up, we'll have recruiting in June. May is going to be brutal.
Yeah.
As far as things to talk about. Well, maybe we'll start picking. We'll have to get more guests on our little.
Yeah, we'll throw in.
We'll have to guest it
more
up.
Guests.
I want to guest you up. TikTok, you don't stop, right? But we're about to enter the dark period, but we'll think of something. So talks like this will happen. But anyway, I think some people feel, as I was questioning the wisdom of being a door-to-door salesman in 2025 and thinking it worked, I think some people think Lamont Paris is making decisions that way. In the VIP, John Whittle from thebigspur.com. And I've heard this too. As far as going and landing a big time or a point guard, period, they think that Michi Johnson and Eli Ellis can handle it. So I want to know what the chat box thinks, and I want to discuss it because it's an interesting kind of situation. So Clint says May's tough for him. I've got a hankering for some welcome homes. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a few myself. I want to be able to talk about things. There should be some portal additions, but this last portal period, there were no welcome homes. It's just this guy's in all of a sudden. So we'll see sort of what happens. So, but so want to talk about that when we get back. Get your hot takes ready for the Nana Sports chat box as we switch on to basketball recruiting. Going to get back to football too a little bit later. Talk about some other stuff here on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Want to thank Resto Pros of the Midlands for sponsoring Inside the Gamecocks The Show and the show. Also, don't forget PalmettoGolfing.com is the web address for Palmetto Golf and Belts. They're having a sale. Check it out. Lots of people on the Big Spur have bought from them and have been very satisfied. PalmettoGolfing.com, Palmetto Golf and Belts. Proud sponsor of TBS, the show, Chief, myself, all that good stuff. Coffee, whatever you can think of. We'll be back. Final hour of the show after this.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show firing up now. Talking a little bit of Gamecocks men's basketball. So, yeah, it looks like from everything I've read and heard here that Lamont Paris feels comfortable using Michi as a point guard, not necessarily as a shooting guard. Not that you're going to tell him not to shoot, right? I mean, because that's one of the things you like about this guy is the pull up from 35 and it hits the bottom of the net. But, you know, it's something that I know they tried to address early in the portal period. But I guess the longer it went on, JC, just the thinner the options got, and you
didn't
get
even
to a
have
point, where
anybody
you just
visit.
didn't pull anything in.
And not that they don't. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they sign a point guard.
Right.
I just don't know that he's going to be the guy they expect to. I mean, even when Eagle staff was part of the class, they were like, well, I kind of think they were liking that, Eagle staff, Ellis, Michi combo on the backcourt. But, and Clint asked, why not go after JP Pegues? Because he's one of those guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys in basketball that are getting in the portal that don't have any eligibility left. I think they're desperately trying to get it to hope that every legal precedent comes around and they get another years, but I just don't.
Yeah, I think that the kid from up here, Schifflin or whatever, he put out.
Yeah,
that's exactly. He was like, I don't technically have any left, but I'm in the transfer portal while I, explore my options at the professional level, just in case something breaks for me legally.
I guess maybe some people think they're going to just say 5 years. Okay, everybody gets 5 years and we'll grandfather all of you in. But I mean, if you look at the house settlement, Phil, the judge was like, why don't you grandfather in players that are already on the roster? So you don't have to kick guys off. And to me, it's dumb. It's stupid. The NCAA constantly does crap like this where they want to argue over something that's very trivial.
Right.
The idea is, let's get this NIL stuff under control. That's the idea, right? Let's get that under control. But instead, they're squabbling over walk-ons. like somebody's going to get some big advantage. I mean, I'm like, you didn't punish Michigan for the Connor Stallions thing at all.
Right. Yeah.
And, that, so who cares if a school has 18 walk-ons? I mean, I get it, but I don't know, and if you sit there and just give a blanket ruling, and that may be why they said no to the extra roster spots, because they know there's going to be challenges to the eligibility clock and they're going to have to make space for people. And you don't want to get into kicking off scholarship guys, do you? No.
Yeah, that opened up a whole nother can of worms.
It's bizarre to me. I think what the lesson that needs to be learned, if all these guys that think they're going to get one more year don't, they start getting shot down in court. Be careful who you listen to, because this to me is looking at the courts going, they're not going to rule for the NCAA in under any circumstance. And I just don't know that that's always the case.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people getting greedy and trying to make money off of this while they can.
Yeah.
So that's the deal there. But, Pegues got another year of eligibility. I like him. Some people don't like the fact that he sat at the bench at Auburn. I don't care. I remember what he did at Furman.
He was a hell of a player at Furman. Yeah, right.
And I don't think the fact that he sat on the bench at Auburn, that Auburn's a good team, it was a really good team, matters. He made that mistake, kind of. So Krager says Michi's a 2. Clint, no bueno at Michi at point guard. Bobby says Michi in a scrappy freshman can't be worse. Let's see what happens. That's the thing. Is I don't know that's I think it's almost impossible for it to be worse than last year.
Yeah.
I mean, like bringing the ball up the court, church league style.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that you can't, I know it's not ideal, right? But there's no way that you're going to be able to build the perfect roster in this offseason for South Carolina. So of what you have, you got to get the most out of it. And if that looks like having, Michi, Ellis, and Mongolian Mike on the court at the same time, with, Butler, who is in, and some other big to be named later, or, Sandico. Yeah, right. That you've already got in the boat. Then there you go. You got 4 guys that can stretch the floor, and a guy that you hope develops some hands and some presence in the post in the offseason here. Which, if that's what it has to look like, and you win games, are you going to be upset? Are you going to look back on this conversation in late April and be like, I still wish we'd have done it this way? And not
no,
right? No,
no. It's a little different, and I think South Carolina one of the reasons they lost 20 games last year is they weren't different. They tried to go right at everybody with Pringle and CMB and an athlete and Davis and an athlete and Jamari Thomas. Last year's team that lost 20 games was much more athletic than the 2023-24 team.
Yeah.
I mean, BJ Mack and Talon Cooper are not winning athletic. Jamari Thomas, everything about him is more athletic than Talon Cooper. Nick Pringle, everything about him is more athletic than BJ Mack. But they weren't fits. I mean, I've had people inside the building tell me that we just didn't have guys that fit what we wanted to do. They just weren't fits. Good players just weren't fits. And so, I don't know. That's the thing there. Clint mentions, I don't know of many great teams that don't really have a good true point guard. Well, the Final Four team really didn't. You think PJ Dozier's a true point? I mean, I'm asking you. I don't. Maybe he is.
Yeah, I know Mike and JB were kind of debating that, and that team, they also threw it up as one. It was like, well, this team technically didn't have a true point guard on the roster.
Well, I'll say this though too, Phil. They played Duke and they beat Duke. Guess what Duke didn't have?
What?
A true point guard.
Point guard.
Duke got upset in the second round with a lot of players that are balling in the NBA right now. By the Gamecocks. They didn't have a true point guard, and Carolina's length on the perimeter and then notice one of the best on-ball defenders in the history of the program. They put so much pressure, and they were so long they could step into passing lanes. And then Frank Martin, the one thing he would do, here's why he was so good in the tournament. His style of defense, right? You play them twice a year in the SEC. This is why the Florida game scared me in that year more than any other game, including Duke, outside of Marquette, because at that point they had lost however many games in a row in the first round. Here's why he was good. Teams aren't used to seeing that type of defense. Duke wasn't used to it. Baylor certainly wasn't used to it. And then they beat Florida. Florida was. But that's why whenever he got a shot, even at Kansas State in the postseason, he never lost an opening game. And they were a tough out. Just great tournament coach. I'm sorry he didn't get to the tournament more often. I think there would have been more success. However, it was just one of those things. And Lamont Paris is kind of different with his offense and the way it's structured and things like that. So I think there's reasons for it. And I think Mike Morgan said this many times. Like, okay, so off topic. If Mike Morgan started going to like the Who Hot Mongolian Grill, would we start calling him Mongolian Mike too?
Mongolian Mike. That's what he was like. He's like, that's what I call myself when I go to the.
Oh, wait, he said that? I didn't hear. Okay, all right. Audience, I did not hear that. I was not parroting that to try to throw a joke in and get off.
No, it was a quick one-off too. So if you weren't listening, you wouldn't have heard it. Yeah,
sorry.
it wasn't a big
bad.
thing. No. Yeah,
because I hate it when I'm listening to some people do this. I'm sorry, audience. Nevertheless, Mike Morgan talked about how valuable Talon Cooper was. And he was. And when he came from Minnesota, they knew he was an elite passer. I mean, he's 9 assists a game or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, his numbers were incredible in that role.
Now Michi played a lot more unselfish that year than he did maybe his first year when he was a point guard primarily. So here's my question. All right, so speaking of the Final Four team, better point guard, Ra Felder or Michi Johnson? Take Dozier out of it.
I I might go Michi there. Just experience.
Well, they're
familiarity.
kind of similar guys. I mean,
still, yeah. I mean, you got shooters in the role, but you know, shoot, I don't know.
Yeah, Clint says Felder.
Yeah, maybe
Felder jack it up though, dude.
I mean,
who's better? I don't know. Because see, Felder, unfortunately, remember he had that issue. He was supposed to be back the next year, and Dozier. Neither one were. And that team did not have a true point guard. The team that slipped after the Final Four and went 17-16. So, and Clint, you make a great point. Point guard mentality. That's it. He is a shooter's mentality. And Clint adds, Ra never saw a shot he was afraid of.
Right.
I just thought that was an interesting comparison because I think, you know, the reaction after the Final Four was they got to have Ra Felder back because they don't have a guard, blah, 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 especially after Dozier went pro. Which Dozier, I wish would have stayed. I think he would have really helped himself had he done that, but he's still playing. But I don't know. You know, I think that's an interesting comparison. I do think that Michi's mentality, because he's been in the system and knows, I do think Michi's mentality is more suited for this than Jamari Thomas.
Yeah, for what's asked of them, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because he's got experience. Krager says Felder all day. All right. What makes you say that, Craig? I'm just curious. I'm looking for opinions here.
Right.
Because I think they're virtually identical. Just game is kind of the same, but I love different opinions about basketball because I'm not really married to any of them. I mean, the opinions of basketball. So I just don't, I think it's interesting. That's an interesting comparison. I also think this, and this is why people are a little concerned, is that Michi Johnson thrived at the 2-guard spot. Thrived.
Yeah.
Right. And was very good there and was noticeably better between year 1 and year 2 in that role. I also think he played a lot more unselfish. Not that he was very selfish that first year, but man, like I said, I'll never forget the A&M game. You know, Carolina had blown a big lead on the road. A&M ended up being a pretty good basketball team. They're like coming back. They have all the momentum. They tie the game finally. It was one of those midweek night games, real late.
Yeah.
And Michi gets the ball, comes in, drives all the way under the basket, does not force a shot. Like we saw too many times this year. Finds Zach Davis on a pass. Davis lays it in. They win. Game over. And he made, in games he was cold from the outside, I thought he did a good job of settling down, Phil, and passing it. Now, did he operate as a point guard in those situations? He played more point guard that year in Spelling Cooper than we remember.
Yeah.
But is he you look at him and go, yeah, that's a point guard. I don't know. I don't know about that. Clint says Jamari Thomas was too small. He was great at getting inside, but rarely ever finished at the rim. I've never seen a team that runs the style of offense Lamont Paris does have a guard that misses 9 shots a game, a point guard that misses 9 shots a game, takes the double digits, still scores.
You're right.
But I mean, that screams to me wasted possession. And this team had a ton of wasted possessions.
Yeah, there are way too many just poor shot selections.
Terrible shot selection.
Yeah, bad time too. I mean, it's like you're not a transition 3 team, but too many times did we see guards get the ball early and just jack up a 3 with, less than 8 seconds gone.
Yeah.
Like, dude, come on.
I think to the mentality point, because Clint makes a good point about the mentality,
Mhm.
right? I think the mentality point that is everything, Clint, I think, to this whole subject. What is his mentality going to be, especially after last season when the mentality is what cost them 20 losses,
Mhm.
right? So Michi's been through a lot, right? Went back. I don't think there's ever been a player that's gone school A, school B, school A, and then back to school B. It's crazy, right?
What times we live in.
What I've been told is he wants to go into coaching. Wants to be a coach. He's very, he did not do well at Ohio. Did not thrive in whatever Ohio State was running. He has with Lamont.
Yeah.
He obviously knows the offense, but keep in mind, it's based on rules. Can Michi adjust? It's hard. In basketball, it's hard to do. If you got that scoring dog mentality in you, it's hard to sit there and dial it back and pass and all that. Not that he's a ball hog or anything like that, but that's a hard transition. But can his mentality adapt? And is that something that, as an older player now, last chance, that he's wants to be a coach? Kind of, can he become that floor general? I don't know. I understand the skepticism. Clint says, of course, the game has changed. So in my mind, I want a Jeff McInnes or Melvin Watson type of point guard. Guys now seem to be more of the combo guard types. There's a lot of them. It's hard to find a true point. And, individual statistics in basketball too. Like Talon Cooper had good scoring games. I don't think Talon Cooper gave a flip how many points he scored.
Right.
It was all about running the offense, leading the team, doing his part. Yeah, I mean, he had some games where he scored, but he also had some games where he didn't and had a bunch of assists or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think basketball players in general are a lot like that. The assist is sometimes a lost art. But absolutely, Clint, Melvin Watson, Jeff McInnes, those guys were great. So I honestly, Krager says if Michi has to play point, he can physically. He can physically. I just like him off the ball. I do too. So what about Eli Ellis?
I don't think you bring Eli Ellis in to run the offense year one, right? Like, that's my thought. Like, from what Coach Paris requires of his offensive players, right, to have that kind of amorphous, run it by the rules kind of thing, then that. I don't think that you're bestowing that power on a guy who's never played in the system. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, he has no experience playing in the Lamont Paris system. And I think I'm not saying he doesn't have the physical abilities or even the mental traits that are there for him to do that eventually. But I think it's a lot to ask of a freshman in year one. Now, maybe later in the season, or kind of shares that duty with somebody as he continues to learn and develop on court. But I wouldn't feel comfortable having a freshman in that role.
I think Eli, it just kind of depends on how he can play defense and stuff as to really his transition to college ball. And there are some questions. I do think this. I think he's got a dog mentality, and he's got a aggressive scoring mentality. A great shooter, is a guy that I think that having him run point, Phil, full time, be the point guard. You're the point guard. I would rather go with Michi if it's between those two, because I almost think it would restrict. You put too much on Eli's plate as far as, like you said, running the offense and making sure everybody's distributing and stuff like that. It's going to take away what makes him great, which is creating and being a scorer.
Right.
You know, whether that's beating somebody on the drive, whether that's drilling a long three, the pullback three is good. I mean, the guy does some really cool stuff on offense.
Yeah.
And I just at point, I'm just not sure from the Nana Sports chat box. Bobby says, big ask for a true non-superstar freshman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, he's a superstar for overtime elite, but I can't call him a superstar right now. Like, mainly because defense and stuff. Now, I'll say this about that kid: everybody's been underestimating him his whole career,
right? Yeah.
And he's answered every challenge. But Clint says, I have no idea how Ellis will transition as a freshman. He definitely has a mindset, but the defense he will face will be a big step up. Yeah, and he has to play defense too. Overtime elite, I mean, he's making plays against bigger, more athletic kids.
Yeah.
I mean, that you can tell that. How tight are they defending him? Is that like, I mean, shoot, running into like, who everybody defend, like playing a Rick Barnes coach team? Is that like that?
Right.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, absolutely not.
How many over-under games at Overtime Elite do you think are put it in the 80-point range? 80 to 90.
I mean, it's one of those things. So I just don't, I like him. I think Carolina absolutely needs to sign him. I think there's some things to be excited about. I think he's an exciting player, but I'm just not sure. I don't know what to think of him right now. Right.
Yeah.
It's not like, a guy that's like top 5 is going to be a lottery pick that you go, yeah. And I also think this, Phil, I think that after what happened with Cam Scott last year, nobody's even considering any freshman doing anything.
It definitely reset everybody's expectations on freshmen.
Bobby says not a flag level freak is my only thing. He is a dog, and he can rely on that for sure. Yeah. I knew what you were saying, Bobby.
Oh yeah,
not Cooper Flag or top 5 type guy. That's true. Clint says he's the most intriguing guy we've signed in years. Intriguing is a great word.
Mm-hmm.
Intriguing is a great word. Lance says, what up, killers? In late, how we doing?
What up, Lance?
Latte Lance. And one of our subjects today that I wrote down earlier, Mason Love, man. It looks like your guy probably has the inside track to be the kicker and the punter, and you called it like weeks ago.
Right.
So hats off to you, good sir. And a good day to you, sir. Late Latte Lance today. But yeah, so your guy Mason Love looks like that's going to be it, because Beamer told Whittle, he's like, on the leg of Mason, we shall prevail.
That's right.
On the leg of Mason.
On the leg of Mason.
That sounds like some a food for like Australian or goat herders. Hey, Barnaby, what you cooking over there on the fire? Making me leg of Mason here.
That's right.
Got some shallots.
Having me leg of Mason.
Got just shrimp on the barbie and the leg of Mason on the barbie.
On the leg of Mason. And the pride of 843.
And the pride of the 843. Bobby says menus in the 1400s.
That's right.
We have the shank of Shire and the leg of Mason. Bonging a little bit Bobby sauce going in thing with Jack. Little popcorn, little side of muddle, and make it. How you doing, Governor?
And it's only fitting for a guy named Love to have as many roles as he can on a Beamer team, right?
Spread the love. It's all love.
It's all
special
love.
Teams, man.
That's right.
All love. It's all love for our sponsors here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. I want to mention, if you want to support NIL at South Carolina. Go join Garnet Trust today. Memberships as low as $10 a month. You get benefits. That brings money into the coffers. Also, want to tell you about GamecockCoffee.com. Gourmet coffee, gourmet popcorn. Got some feedback on the coffee. They like it. It's a New Orleans roast, 1 pound bag of coffee. All that money goes into the NIL coffers to support the University of South Carolina. Also, for a limited time, go to Garnet Trust and you can purchase the Lenore Sellers original sunglasses. I guess original sunglasses, signature sunglasses.
Signature.
First 300 pairs that people buy, and I think there's some spots left, have his signature on it. So all that's going on at Garnet Trust right now. Certainly excited about all the work they do and the work we do with them. GarnetTrust.com is where you can find all that good stuff. Follow their social media if you want to know about NIL at South Carolina. Don't forget the Lenore Seller sunglasses. That's I'm surprised at the number of people that have said they bought them, Phil. I really have. I $200 pair of sunglasses, that automatically makes my skin curl up because I bought some. Don't get me wrong. But makes me, because I'm like, I'd never spend money on sunglasses because I lose them.
Yeah, that's why
And my dad one time lost some to the monkey cage at Busch Gardens. $100 pair of Ray-Bans in the 80s. So think about that. $100 in the 80s.
Man.
So
it's like losing the $200 ones for it. That's right. That's why I buy my sunglasses at Dollar General.
Me too.
I leave them, lose them, sit on them.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're easily replaceable.
Yep.
All right. We're easily replaceable, obviously, here on the show. And we'll be back after these messages to wrap it up on a terrible Tuesday right here. JC and Phil after this.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Oh, Miss Lucy.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. JC and Phil in with you. Been talking a little bit of Michi at point guard because that's the latest we've kind of heard. JB confirmed that as well from some folks he talked to on Friday at the spring game. So could be leaning that direction, at least for him to take the point at point, if you will. And then, we've got the transfer portal still open. Yeah. And what needs do you think Carolina intends to address from an incoming standpoint in the portal? JC, still defensive tackle on that list?
Yeah, D-tackle, D-end now.
Yeah.
I think D-end's got to go. I mean, maybe end is a little more important than tackle with what's happened there. You just never know. But, that room, I mean, it's not, you can never say it's a lacking room.
Right.
If you got Dylan Stewart in that room. I mean, that dude's a stud.
You're not really hurting.
No, you're fine. Yeah. I mean, trust me. But, they need depth. I mean, you can't wear these guys out. And, so depth pieces is kind of what they're looking for. And all that good stuff. Lance Player in the Nana Sports chat box is out camping and drinking spring berry lattes right now.
Oh,
1:34 in the afternoon. I love you, Lance. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
He's having a fun spring break. This is interesting. Speaking of the portal. So Nico went to UCLA, and then I guess Tennessee's getting UCLA's quarterback who came from App State.
Yeah. Tennessee won that trade.
Back to the Smoky Mountains he goes. And he's Aguilar's a California guy too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So oh well, back to the Smokies. I think Aguilar's better. I hate to say it, especially in that system at Tennessee. Now, Tennessee's receiver issues are real, according to, it's not my words, Bill King and everybody else has said that. So you got to have you got to kind of hope some guys get better or whatever up there. But I like Aguilar. Hell, I like the young guys they got too. But so Nico's younger brother, Madden, Amelava, sight unseen last year. Sight unseen. Never been to Fayetteville. Never been to Catfish Hole. I guess shopping, negotiating all up until the end, right? And this is why I'm halfway surprised UCLA took him back. It may have been a 2-for-1. Maybe they said, all right, well, we'll take Nico, but we want Madden back too. So yeah, last minute, dude, old boy goes to Arkansas. I don't know what parent on earth from California would send their kid anywhere that they haven't been. Sight unseen. That baffles me. And nothing against Arkansas. Good, fine American people there.
Yeah.
Love their fans. Bobby Petrino was obviously intriguing, but no idea why, if you're a responsible parent, that you would do that. None. I mean, like, okay, let's say he was going to Vanderbilt and it's right down the road. You kind of want your kids all right there together. Something like that. That's fine. I get that. But Arkansas, I'm like, wow. Sight unseen, just went there. So
it makes no sense. Like, he never even visited, like, official, unofficial,
and abandoned UCLA last year. Now UCLA is the scorned ex that will always take them back. And so now he's in the portal. So apparently, though, in his deal with the collective out there, and this is something that, it hasn't been said specifically. It's because of him. But Hunter Yurachek, the athletic director at Arkansas, after Madden leaves, says this: I have spoken with the leadership team at Arkansas Edge and expressed my support in their pursuit to enforce their rights under any agreement violated by our student athletes moving forward. We appreciate Edge's investment in our student athletes and acknowledge the enforcement of these agreements is vital in the new world of college athletics. We look forward to continuing dialogue to all parties in resolving these matters. And Ross Dellinger retweeted, says, many athletes with school-affiliated NIL collectives do feature buyout language. Though often privately done, some of these buyouts have been enforced. Most have not. There was one player in particular that was going to go one place, and they said no to the buyout, and he went another, and they paid the buyout. There's SEC schools that have buyouts. Before anybody asked me, I don't know what South Carolina does. I have not seen. I don't read the contracts letter. I don't see the contracts, the actual contracts. I don't know. I don't think there is at Carolina. I do know if you leave and hit the portal, you forfeit all money owed to you. I mean, because the contract states you have to be a student athlete at Carolina in good standing. So if you leave the team, if you hit the portal, you stop getting paid immediately, full stop.
I wonder if he had been paid anything by Arkansas as of yet. I haven't read or seen anything about that.
Well, I guess he's enrolled. He's been enrolled. So
if you're enrolled and
you're getting that check, yeah, he's probably a few months in to probably a pretty big deal.
I hope they sue the shit out of him.
Yeah, dude. I think that's exactly.
Dude, yeah, listen, I mean, I don't like to, be like, well, we need to settle this in court. But until some people learn their lessons the hard way, stupid crap like this is going to keep happening. And, I mean, obviously, in the next 4 months, right? 3 months. So, and it can continue depending on how things break. I don't know. You never know.
Now, I think with these, speaking of rev share, that is an NIL deal, by the way. A lot of people are calling it salary cap, all that good stuff. And I've probably been guilty of that as well, Phil, but it's not. It's an NIL deal for ticket sales, TV money, all the money that the players help bring in. If you did not have players, now we can debate as to whether or not you could tell the players that have these overinflated values to go jump and collectively in college football, and you still have a great product that made money. We can debate that all day, but you do have to have some players, right? And they're like actors in TV shows or movies. So you have an entertainment product. This is your quote unquote talent. And so there's not any kind of entertainment product out there whatsoever that you're not paying your talent something. Right. Something. And so that's what that is. I said that from the start. I mean, I said that before anybody thought of it. I'm not bragging. Sometimes I just have common sense. Television, all this television money, television is name, image, and likeness. That's what it is. They're putting their name, image, and likeness all over TV and making a crap ton of advertising dollars off of it, and thus paying a lot of money for the rights to it.
Right.
I mean, that's what I never figured out. I was like, why don't they just cut them an NIL deal out of the TV money?
I mean, who contributes more to that? Yeah, who contributes more to that? The league office or a linebacker on the 2 deep of Mississippi State? It's the linebacker on the 2 deep, man. They're coming to see you play.
They don't ever even show the coaches. I mean, the camera time is almost all players. Same with their jerseys, same with ticket sales. You don't have a concert and then not pay Britney Spears or Taylor Swift. You don't go watch the Beach Boys and they don't get any of the ticket money. Right. This isn't Colonel Parker and Elvis Presley. As some people think it is. He only took 50%. I mean, seriously.
There was plenty enough to go around.
So, but that's an NIL deal. And a lot of people mix that up. They think it's salary. So these employment people out there that, want the best benefits package in the country and also all this other expense. And all that stuff I mentioned about the benefits that they get for, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people understand that costs money.
Right.
Maybe we can debate if scholarships cost money, but you're taking up a space that a paying customer, this is like a comp at a casino, I would guess. You're taking up a room that a paying customer could have, somebody paying tuition could have done. So I guess that does cost money, but all this staff, all these facilities, all this food, all the living, all of it costs money. It's not like it doesn't. Trust me. Mm-hmm. Insurance costs money. Equipment, gear costs money.
Yeah.
It all costs money. There's monetary value in all of it.
Yeah.
I just wanted
Therapists,
to,
doctors, everything.
I,
Oh
I
my
just
God.
cost money. I just wanted to make that point. But so the employment people have been sitting there talking about a salary cap and stuff. This is a gigantic school-based NIL deal that every player on the teams that are in revenue sports should take advantage of. Period. End of discussion. That's what the money's for. Boom. Full stop. It's an NIL deal. It's not salary. NIL deal, right? Self-funded. Okay. And it's structured that way so they can maintain some semblance of amateurism. Right? So it's a little crazy, but yeah. So that's where the 20.5 is coming from. So it is definitely an NIL deal. And what's going to happen is, because the schools are a little wiser than the collectives. Trust me, these collectives, most of them kind of popped up. There's some that are started by lawyers that are good at the contract thing. There's some that, just kind of popped up and, per the rules, the idea was to pay players. Right. Nobody's really thinking about what if they leave, or because there's nothing you can really do about that per the rules. But any kind of business deal, you could include buyout language. Here's your contract. You have to buy out. And now, from what Ross said, a lot of it's not enforced. Some of it is. And I think that's coming with the rev share NIL deals. As long as general counsel for universities can make it airtight. Because what you would want, because everybody's so litigation happy, and I think people are under the impression, and maybe they're right, and then I would be disappointed in the court system in our country. They think that schools, colleges, all that stuff, they're easy targets in court because there's not a judge that's going to rule against the poor, exploited football players. I think when you get into something like that, it almost turns, Phil, and it's like, well, wait a minute. You guys came to us and wanted to get paid, and you're getting paid. This is a very normal business contract. There's a buyout. You can't just go leave. If you have a contract, there's usually language in there that discusses getting out of it and how it ends, termination.
Yeah.
And you either have a buyout or you don't. That's standard. Sorry, the contract governs this situation, and we rule in favor of the schools.
Yeah.
So
it's hard to sell, poor, unfortunate student when you're pulling up to the courthouse in a Lambo wearing an Italian suit, custom tailored, and, you're out here, oh, woe is me.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, Kreger even mentions they get free surgeries. That's tens of thousands. It actually is.
Yeah. Well, you could.
That kind of makes me.
Some players
free surgeries.
6 figures worth of medical care in 5 years in college.
I mean,
before you talk about food and housing and education and all the other stuff, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't get it. So,
but they've been exploited, JC. That's why we're here.
I mean, there were some really simple solutions to all this.
There really were.
I mean, I about choked on my sandwich when I read what they were paying for the video game, the college football, which was what started all of this.
Right.
Yeah. Everybody gets $600
all over a video game and monetizing YouTube.
I'm like, the O'Bannon thing, the O'Bannon lawsuit about NIL, because that's never gone to the Supreme Court. That thing, it's ridiculous. It's like, all the NCAA had to do was say, you know what? We're going to kind of follow all you got to do is look at the Olympics to see, there was a long time Olympians couldn't do endorsements and stuff. It was weird.
Yeah.
They were poor. And finally it was like, look, man, I don't want to be ineligible to go compete for our country in the game. And that's when they let pro basketball players in and all that stuff. I don't want to be ineligible for the country to go play in these games because I do a rollout or a American Express commercial if I'm Mary Lou Retton. and so they kind of came to their senses and said, yeah, they can do endorsements and they take care of those athletes. They get a lot of same benefits college do. So what's the difference? Why aren't people suing the Olympics? Because honestly, Phil, in some of those sports that the Olympics sponsor, there's no professional opportunity other than the Olympics.
Yeah. Name a hammer thrower.
I cannot.
Crickets. Right. I mean, that's the thing, though. It's also one of the things that I find kind of, silly with Olympic sports, and rev share and things like that. And people are like, well, it should be equal across the. I was like, no, it should not. I mean, here if you really wanted an equitable exchange here, then those revenue producing sports would be the ones sharing the revenue, and those who didn't would end up, owing something at the end of the day for the scholarship that they've been given.
They would have to pay the other sport back.
That's right. So that's what equity looks like.
Yeah, if you want to talk about that.
It's not just equal. That is the equitable share here.
The Title IX zealots, they're taking they're taking a ton of creative liberties with their legal argument for this. They're like, well, it's educational assistance. No, it's not.
No, it isn't.
Their education is paid for over, above, and beyond what it costs. Okay, it's not educational. It's not. And Title IX says you have to provide equal opportunities. Well, there's nothing stopping any women's basketball player for going and making as much NIL money as they possibly can. Some of them do. I mean, there's nothing stopping that. There's nothing limiting that at all.
Yeah. If you were one of the Title IX zealots when it comes to this, the last person you wanted to see at that House settlement hearing was Livy Dunn, because that blows the entire argument up. She used an equal opportunity provided to her through the system of the school to blow herself up personally and make all sorts of money.
Exactly.
So it was. Exactly. It can be done.
I don't understand for the life of me why she was against the House settlement. I'm like, this affects you none.
Right.
I mean, and the House settlement does not, people are like, it restricts NIL. No, it doesn't.
No.
It restricts pay for play.
Right.
It restricts boosters writing checks for players. That's what it restricts, because you're going to have to go through my understanding, a pretty simple process to get it approved, but you're not going to be paying $100,000 for a guy to tweet 3 times. It's not market value. I don't think they're going to be sticklers for it. I don't think they're going to sit there. I think they'll approve way more than they decline.
Well, you're presupposing too that the clearinghouse is going to have this draconian view of what market value is.
Yeah,
I mean, you're getting way ahead of yourselves here.
Well, what's going to happen is within the first 6 weeks of this, Phil, you're going to have somebody at some school that should be discouraged from doing it, that I think the actual school would be, I don't know, maybe not, because you're talking about boosters. Some school is going to, some lawyer, some agent, player, and booster, they're going to get this bright idea. The hell with everybody else, the hell with the sport, the hell, this may end up screwing everything up for good. And, programs that engage in this type of behavior typically aren't really good on the field, because they're focused on everything but what it takes to win. And they think the things that it takes to win are things like going and buying a bunch of players, and then it's not. It's never been that way.
No, yeah.
The 17-year dynasty at Alabama, nothing to do with actually financially purchasing players. There may have been some walking around money given out, like there is a lot of places, but it had everything to do with Nick Saban fanatically saying this is what you got to do to win, and then the players accordingly doing it. But and then they'll be like, well, we want to pay him $150,000 for a tweet, and they're going to intentionally run that up the flagpole.
Yeah,
knowing it's going to get flagged. So no, and then they're going to sue.
Yeah, it'll. I imagine that will happen within. I'd be shocked if it took 72 hours.
It's going to happen soon
from a decision that was made. I don't know how fast the clearinghouse is going to move, but within the decision date. Yeah,
I think, Phil, that like this Arkansas thing, like the Iame Lavas, they're kind of getting beaten up, and rightfully so here because of the games they've been playing. And I like the fact that Heupel said no. And Tennessee said, get out. And now Arkansas is going to try to, pursue their rights. I love that.
Yeah.
That's one family, though. And there's thousands of them.
Right. Yeah.
And not all families, but agents and stuff are just stupid. Yeah. Like I've mentioned a couple of times, that sports agency, our guys were a little hesitant about getting to the portal, but which means you've been trying to get them to leave where they're happy and comfortable and get them the portal. You're doing that to college kids. How do you sleep at night?
Yeah.
And you're probably doing it for about 40 grand more a year in most instances. Because a lot of the players I see getting in the portal, they ain't big payday guys. They may be making a little more, but dude,
yeah,
I mean, how much is your happiness worth at that age?
When you look at it 20 years from now, how much was that life-changing? It's not. It's not in the grand scheme of things. No, it's not.
It's just not. And so
there's an inherent value to loyalty, JC, that has not been represented well in this whole thing. Like, think about how many times you hear is like, this girl will never have to pay for another whatever and wherever in their life. You lose those opportunities when you become a mercenary. It's just the way it is, because you don't have that built up, love and respect for somebody who put the time in, did what they were supposed to, and didn't, run back to the table every time, it was or wasn't time to negotiate. It just, you're going to lose a lot of that in this process.
I think when you constantly focus on compensation, you don't do the things necessarily that you need to do to increase your compensation. I mean, trust me, the money works out.
Right.
Last Dylan Stewart and Lenore Sellers and Cade Klubnik and Peter Woods, and I can name a bunch.
I would imagine none of them are hurting for dollars right now.
No. And all the benefits list we mentioned,
right?
I mean, geez, there's not another way you can get a job like that straight out of high school.
No,
none. And it is a lot of hard work, and it does take discipline. It does take hard work, and it takes up a ton of your time to play football.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But at the end of the day, it's a sport. It's a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's entertainment.
Well, and here's the thing, too. You were investing a lot of that time in high school, were you not, to get to the point where you are right now? So you understand the personal investment that comes with that. And to think that it automatically just becomes easy because you've reached the next level, not even the top level of a sport, is asinine. And part of the problem is that, you've got people in the background whispering in these kids' ears who have their own personal ambitions and in mind, as opposed to what is actually best for the athlete. And it sucks because there aren't enough qualified agents in professional sports who are looking out for the best interest and actually take the stewardship role that they are supposed to, much less when you're adding, tens of thousands of college students to the supply or to the demand, rather.
Every day, and I don't know, I haven't looked at who these players actually are, but almost every day I get an alert saying some all-conference player from a lower level has gotten into the portal in football. And I'm like, and it's I just, I think spring portal, I mean, you really should not be getting in the portal to get paid. I think the time to negotiate that's in December. I think there's a lot of encouragement right now. I think a lot of these guys aren't going to be playing football next year because everybody's going to fill up. Well, trains left the station. Sorry. There's not that many spots in spring, right? And those teams are getting killed right now, like more so than they did earlier, because you have agents sitting there going, get in the portal, get in the portal, get in the portal. Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
Yeah.
You don't have these agents, most of them, they have not earned the right to dictate to college programs how their roster looks. And these guys, the college football coaches, I mean, there's no agent that deserves the right to do that. I that's earned that right, in my opinion. We have not been that far. There's nobody with a track record right now, right, in college sports. Nobody's earned that right now. And to sit there and have that, over money is ridiculous. And, you want to talk about exploitation. How is the best job you will ever have coming out of high school for anybody exploitation when you have people ripping guys out of the jobs they have to chase, four figures? 5 figures extra,
four more figures, 5 more figures.
That's crazy. Yeah. So anyway, finally closing out the show in the Nano Sports chat box, Lance has a new beer, Garage Beers. Dang good and goes down smooth. Perfect warm weather latte. The Queen of the Cock says no one is watching gymnastics. Not in our market. It's popular at like some SEC schools actually get behind it, but Carolina has no gymnastics. Lance is
it kind of drives me insane when the conference networks are playing that at the time when there are other sports on. Like, why do I have to go to Plus to watch this when?
Well, most other schools, a lot of the schools get into it though. They have like Georgia used to be really good at gymnastics, and Stegman Coliseum was more full for that than a daggum basketball game, which tells you a lot about the history of Georgia basketball.
Yep.
It's been disappointing. But anyway. All right. Thanks to everybody in the Nano Sports chat box. I'll be back with another coffee in the morning. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so we may have a guest tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can't
pick somebody, Phil.
See if we can't pick somebody. Let me...
Alex Jones has been having good smorgasbords with us lately.
Calls,
that may be bad. May not be bad, but we'll have a guest tomorrow probably, or maybe. I know on Wednesdays, Jamie has Will Crow in.
Yep. We got Will tomorrow.
And that'll be a good episode of the morning show as they review tonight's game. I didn't even mention the fact that I'm devastated Carolina's playing North Florida tonight.
I know. Yeah. Well, let's hope the North Florida Jinx quit after the basketball loss.
Here come the Ospreys.
Yeah. Last game of the homestand tonight, 6:30 Founders Park against the North Florida Ospreys.
It was lost on me. It was a homestand. I mean, it's kind of a weird weekend last weekend because you had a Thursday to Saturday baseball series.
Right.
And then you had a Friday night spring game. So Friday was Saturday. It was just, I was off, but anyway.
Yeah, long weekend for Easter, but back to the grind.
Special thanks. Oh, we got to talk about the NFL draft a little more too.
Yeah, we'll talk some draft tomorrow.
Yeah, talk some draft. What's the number for the Gamecocks this year? So we'll see sort of what happens. Anyway, I want to tell everybody to have a happy Tuesday. Hope you get your tacos. Glad Krager's back in the chat box. Got to see Clint again.
Yeah, we got the band back together, man.
By the way, Clint asked a question earlier and I missed it as far as should they take a quarterback in this class? Not necessarily, but I do think that if you can get a good one in every class, you do, knowing that you're going to lose one at least to the portal at some point if they're not playing. That's what Ohio State does. And even Ohio State last year had to go to the portal to get a starter, but they keep them right on coming. That position is like the secret of NIM. when Jenner, the evil rat, said, "Take what you can when you can." And with that, Phil, get us out of here.
That's right. Oh, goodness. Oh, glad to be back, everybody, here. JC, Phil, Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Don't forget, we just said it. JB back on in the morning, Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Matt and Alex, late night. Not sure if that's tonight or tomorrow, but we will be back again at noon tomorrow with guest to be named later, and hope everybody enjoys the rest of your evening, and go Cox.